Hello. It is me. It is Snake. And it is time. Fully installed and updated. I did wait. Here we go. Yeah. Demo data. Oh. Look at this. Okay, we're going to have it a bit louder, I think. And even though I don't really mind myself, it did say somewhere. Allegedly, you can turn down F16 motion blur. Let's try the way it is. Oh, this looks fantastic. Hold on. I'm gonna do some color grading. Give me a second. Could have done this earlier, but I didn't know I had to. That's the one. That is much better. There you go. Now with actual color space. Oh. I found the color space setting. There it is. That is much better. Let's go. And we gotta continue where we left off. Hi, Clive. "13 years later, yeesh. You have the realm 873. Okay.
Welcome back. Sorry. What's our situation? Let's just say Shiva and Titan's little spat hasn't made things any easier.
Yup, that guy's still dead.
And
It's as you thought. The Crusaders have sounded the retreat.
Then we follow.
We're down a man, Sergeant.
If we return without Shiva's head, our fate will be no different from Biast's. I'll take my chances with the Iron Blood. At least then I might die fighting.
Sword.
After you do, that is.
I won't be dying. Not today.
Then it's settled. No dying. Now, if you don't mind, we have an army to chase.
We sure do.
How do they expect us to kill something that can do this?
They don't. Only the girl holding its leash.
Okay. That works. Nice. I wonder if I'm giving you the audio twice right now. No, I'm not. Okay. Item. Stone skin tonic. How nice.
All the old trails are gone. It'll be hell finding a way out.
Do you think a retreating army and their dominant will fare any better?
Holy shit, this game is pretty.
By the flames.
Yeah. Oh, well, not that way. This way? Oh? Probably? Yes. Right. I can always do that. Whee!
Did you hear that?
Down there.
Ooh. Oh,
So,
no.
Titan has knocked the fight out of our Iron Blood friends. Where are the rest of them? That can't be the main host.
Wait.
Who this?
Our fortunes have turned, Sergeant. It's her.
The Dominant. Are you certain?
The Crystalline Orthodox is a backwards faith for a backwards people. In the Iron Kingdom, they teach that dominants are unclean aberrations, born of blackest sin. Only their priests are allowed to perform the rites of priming. And I see many.
We end this quickly.
Schweigskat! Adioninir Sagarid!
Please.
Data! Must be Eile!
Aww.
What Alvation Naukin, Alad Scully asked.
Let this be the end.
Well, hello.
Davis, care to kill some Iron Blood?
Gladly.
Wyvern, you focus on the target.
Understood.
I need to fix the audio. Can I pause? I can pause. Hold on. Let me fix the audio. They said it would work, but it doesn't. So you're going to not hear the game for a second. And then, once I'm done here, you will hear the game again. And all will be good. And all will work. Properties, yes. And turn the volume up on this channel. There we go. Game! Now audible. Ah, crap. Okay, I need to remember how this game works again. Right. And that's dodge. Right.
This time. This time.
Get her! Break! Ah, crap. In and back out. Break! Yes! Down we go.
Orders,
Ooh.
Sergeant! Stop talking and move! Fucking icons.
Icon? She's not even fully primed. Not this time.
It sure isn't.
I will not have their blood on my hands.
Too slow.
Small stagger. Actually, I might actually die before I can stagger her again. From the damage alone. Yep. Defeated. Oof. Huh. Crafting materials. So, who is she? That's something we get to learn about. Okay, so this is apparently a war zone. That's just Shiva. Hi Shiva, how are you doing? Dominant. Okay, yeah, so dominants are just the people who have the icon. They can do icon magic and transform into one, which we already know from the demo. The bastards. So that's who we are. Okay. All of its members, including its leader Tiamat, are bearers. Kind of members has to do servitude for their ability to wield magic. Interesting.
Is she dead?
I don't think so.
Well, what are you waiting for?
Oh!
No, that's not you. Not here.
I'll bloody do it then.
Fuck.
Bye.
We've got company, Wyvern. What the hell are you doing?
Lord Ohilda Vedra!
Get your ass over here and help me with these bastards!
I'm sorry, Jill.
Yep. More combat.
What is wrong with you, Wyvern?
Dominant. I know her.
Know her? Look around you! Do you think any of these animals care? I need you here! You know where that came from?
Got him.
Now that that's done,
I won't ask you again, Wyvern. Take her head so we can be done with this.
I can't. I won't.
You would betray the Holy Empire?
Betray? I don't recall ever pledging allegiance to your Emperor. My service may have been bought with this brand, but not my loyalty. I just fight to survive.
Ha!
And you think I don't?
Oh my
The
god!
Empire will have our heads if we return empty-handed.
We're just kind of going to kill
So
this
if
guy
you
now,
won't
okay?
take hers, I'll have to take yours.
I told you, Sergeant. I'm not dying here today. And neither is she.
let's find out.
And get him. Oh, come on. I guess we kill this guy here? That's kind of been the theme. Let me just use a potion really quickly.
Wyvern! Have you forgotten who plucked you from the front lines? Who trained you? Who gave you a name when you had none?
You speak as if we don't bear the same brand, Sergeant. I've always had a name, and I've not forgotten it.
Still clinging to the past like a torn blanket. For nothing. No one. And I will not fall by your hand!
this time. Not this time.
Got him. And dead.
Traitor's blade.
Got him. Now that feels good. Ooh, level up. Just random rock. Okay. And a meteorite. More. Ooh. Okay. Hello. Ramu it is. Okay then. Hello. Who is the dominant of Ramu? Also, can I get lore about her now? I can! A dominant of Shiva and Clive's childhood friend. That's of Nisa defiled, that who can blows at the orders of the armies. Yes. Then he remembered. Who are you? The Baron service of the Holy Empire of Sanbare. Tiamat, the leader of an elite assassin squadron to which Wyvern is assigned, the Bastards. The latest mission to take the head of the dominant of Shiva. Listen, they infiltrate. Yep. We get into a war zone. So apparently we are enslaved by the church. Got it. For being able to use magic. That checks out. That tracks. Toggle!
This way.
Sid! That's a hot Sid.
Well, come on then.
Fuck.
Toggle! Woof. Wolfie. Chop.
Hugo dear, my proud desert lion. Would that you had taken care when chasing the hare? I expected more from the mighty Titan. You put the Ice Queen on her back, no doubt. But you'll have to work harder if you're to claim this prize.
My lady, the thunder.
We'll be hearing more soon enough. You always were a fucking snake, Sid. Gather the men. We have work to do.
Jill. Is it really you?
Whee!
And who's this fine hound I see before me?
A fine hound who saved your life. That's who.
Torgal.
Hey?
His name is Torgal.
You two acquainted? Well then, you won't mind taking him off my hands. Funny. I'd always pictured you as more the chocobo type.
Ah!
Clive Rosfield.
He knows. I don't know if that's
Come
good,
now.
but he said that's
Fleet as
good.
flame, fierce as a wildfire. That there was the blessing of the Phoenix. I'd heard rumors that you'd survived, but I never paid them much heed. Calm down. I didn't come all this way for your handsome mug. Now her, on the other hand, she seemed worth muddying my boots for. None the worse for wear. Still, might be best to get a second opinion. Back her up.
No?
Not another step. I mean it.
Well, I'm not about to leave her here. Not one with a warm bed waiting. It's all right.
I like him.
You're welcome to join us. You do want to help her, don't you?
Sid, if we aren't back soon, Nan'll have our heads.
I'll explain everything once we're back at the hideaway. Come on.
Look at the view. Look at him. He's so cute. There we are. Ooh. So that's the Mother Crystal of Fire. Earth. Water, I'd presume. That's a big hole. Lightning. Definitely ice. Yeah. That's only 5. Where's wind? There's only 5 of them. Wind's missing. That's odd. Wonder what happened to it. Oh well. That's an unwelcoming place.
Not much further now.
Can I get any info about Sid? Sidolphus! They went with that name for him this time. Gone up a battalion of Iron Crusaders. We got saved by him. Oh, yeah. Togo! Ah! Yes! The This path along with Esparta soon knew each other as if not a single day had passed since the separation. Good wolf. Goats. Yeah. Storm. Westerly of Versailles' two great continents, which is frozen northern reaches. Its temperate, marshy midlands and the searing heat of the south. With a breadth of climates and cultures not seen anywhere else in the known realms. Interesting.
But we're in the middle of the Deadlands.
Keen eye, you. The blight sucked this place dry. Meaning no trees, no birds, and no magic.
Blight.
But it also means
Yeah.
no neighbors.
What blight? Do you get any info about the blight in this text? No, it's just that it exists, and apparently
The last
it
place
kills
anyone would think
everything.
to look.
Home sweet home.
Can't be sweeter.
This place. These are fallen ruins.
Well, we didn't think they'd mind. And it keeps the black from our lungs.
But how do you survive without magic?
How does anyone? Hard work and a bit of nerve. You must be starving. We grow them here, believe it or not. Suit yourself.
You're back.
Ah, Talia.
And this is the Dominant.
How cold since we found her. I was hoping you might give her a look over.
All right. Goots, get her upstairs.
Well, none will...
Don't fret about Karen. I've taken care of her fee.
All of it?
She's the best healer this side of the belt. You've nothing to worry about. Go on, have a look around. I'll be in my solar.
Where are we? Why is it so pretty? Ooh, local map. Hog. Oh, it's a good map. There's something called the Fat Chocobo. If it isn't a bar, it's a bar. Oi!
If you can read, don't let Otto know. We'll put you to work on the ledgers too.
Oh no! Oh yeah, I should be... So it's just the rings. Okay. Oh, I have points! I can unlock things. Ooh, that is fun. I'll take that. And that too. Oh. Oh, those are expensive. What's this? That sounds fun. I'll take it. Oh. Okay. I don't think I can level anything. Nope. Not enough points. But I have also been told that allegedly I can get items. Yes. So these are from pre-order. I know what the sword does. Not what the sword does. I don't know what the sword does actually. Oh, but the sword does look nice. I think I'll equip it. Why not? But this right here increases my gil earnings, which sounds very nice. For starters.
When he's not out chasing rumours, Sid's up there in that hole of his, brooding and scheming.
Lay off the man. He's got plenty to brood about.
Looks so good. I hope this comes across properly on stream. Tell me if I need to bump brightness.
Careful, you. I've spent the whole morning on these steps.
They all bearers. It seems. These rock shapes didn't get here naturally. This used to be a building, I think. Yeah. What happened here?
Still hungry, are you? Might have something round here.
Go. He's so cute. Oh my god. Buddhist wolf. Well, hello. Okay.
Another newcomer. You mind the rules round here, or our next chat will be through the bars.
Yeah. Fine. What's over there? I wonder.
I suppose I'll be needing a new sword.
Chicken.
Your brand. Lady Tyre might be able to see to that. You may have been born a slave, but you're a free man now.
These apples are all foul.
Oh no!
Sid once told me, the blight doesn't kill the land, it only makes her forget who she once was. She'll eventually remember her purpose. All she needs is a little reminding.
That's interesting. How does he know that?
Your brand.
Really,
Lady Tyre might be able to see to that.
Bye.
Leave me be.
Fine.
Until you've had your
And up we go. Man, this game sounds fantastic. I love it.
Just working on a pet project of mine. Though she's not above biting the hand that feeds her. All right. I was hoping we might try and solve the mystery of poor Clive Rossfield. A bearer of the Sambrequois Imperial Army sent behind enemy lines. With orders to wait until it turned into a brawl, then slit the dominant's throat in the chaos.
I didn't know it was her. How could it be?
And so, to save her neck, you slit your sergeants, then set your sights on the hills. Conveniently forgetting how the Empire deals with deserters. Because with that on your chop, my friend, we both know you won't be getting far.
true.
You've fallen a long way, Lord Rossfield. I'll not have it said that I'm a poor host.
What do you mean to do with her?
Do with her? Why, nothing. Her life is her own now. If I wanted to use her, do you think I'd be talking to you? All I want to do is help. Dominants like her, branded like you. Of course, the realm doesn't approve, which is why we live in a cave. And it's also why we need help. From branded who know one end of a sword from the other. What say you, Clive? Will you join us?
I'm not sure if I trust wine glasses in a game by this team.
Sid, was it? I trust that you'll do right by Jill. But until my brother is avenged, I must walk my own path.
Avenged?
My brother was murdered by a second dominant of fire.
The Phoenix's evil twin. Oh, bugger me. Another rumor proven true.
I only stand here today because of Joshua. 13 years I've waited for this chance. I've slept in filth, drunk from a gutter, killed more men than I can count. You're right. The Empire will not suffer a deserter. This will be my best opportunity. My last.
Which is why you should join us.
I told you I'm not
interested, I know. One of my scouts sent word there's a group of branded fugitives north of here, in the Imperial village of Lostwing. Among them is one he believes to be a dominant of fire.
Is he certain?
What say we go and ask him?
This doesn't mean I'm joining you.
Sure, Clive. Sure.
Let's make ready then. You'll find everything you need down in the main hall, as well as a few things you don't. Have fun.
Oh, man. Main hall, huh? Hey, there is.
He's in. Oh no.
Goot, was it? Perhaps you can help. Sid asked me to make ready for our mission. How does one go about that here?
Well, there's old Nan's place. On second thoughts, you maybe want to see Blackthorn first.
A blacksmith? To the forge it is, then.
Oh wait, no, hold up. You'll be needing this. Blackthorn won't take no notice of you otherwise. Might not anyway.
What did I get? Continental rum.
Fancy a mug of Kenneth Colders when we're done?
Are you Blackthorn?
What if I am? I've no time for idle chatter.
I'm not here to talk. I'll be accompanying Sid to Lostwing, and I need you to see to my equipment.
You could be accompanying the goddess Krieger to our holy bedchamber for all I care. I'm not lifting a finger for you.
Is that so?
Give him the rum.
Do you want that or not? I can take it back.
What is it with this team of drunk smiths?
Alright, alright. No need to be hasty. Let's have a look at you. I doubt that lot could stay a Moogle's fart. Bloody Imperials. They'd rather see their bearers dead than kitted out properly. I'll do what I can, as a favor to Goot's mind.
I can craft gear. Oh, that is awesome. Okay, love it. Iron Belt +1, why not? Okay. Yep.
And the belt, Caesar Square. You want anything else, you bring your own materials.
Oh, I will.
I'll bear that in mind. Thank you.
A word of advice. Don't let Sid decide what's best for you.
Oh, I won. No worries.
I suppose I should thank Goots.
Make it quick. What do you want?
That's worse. But this isn't worse. This is better. Let's make this then.
No scratches, right?
Oh, this crafting system is so good. It's so fun. Oh, I can make it +2. That's nice. Why not?
My best work, but it'll do.
Ah, but it's even meteorite.
You ain't got the stuff.
You take it back and tell that blockhead I'm not paying for stuff I didn't ask for.
The gift worked. You have my thanks.
Come on, nearly there.
You, blankets, quick as you like.
That guy doesn't look good.
All right, we make him comfortable while the bed's made up. Well, you just gonna stand there? Someone fetch some water.
I'll get the bucket. You go and see if Otto needs out, eh?
Wait, me? What the hell have I got myself into?
Okay, so I'm not allowed in the infirmary right now. And this is the only shop I can interact with. Oh.
Who are they?
Huh? They're freed Imperial bearers. Who the hell are you? Shit, at this rate, you won't make it through the night. Think you can find your way up them stairs to the infirmary? We need Tyre. Well, go on. Shift your ass.
Was Ty the one looking after Jill?
Your friend needs her rest. There'll be time for tearful reunions once she's recovered.
I'm not here for Jill. You're wanted downstairs. There are injured bearers in need of attention.
Well, why didn't you say so?
I did say so.
He's going to be all right. But I'll need to examine them both in the infirmary. My work's just begun.
Another fine day at the hideaway.
Do many of the bearers who come here arrive in this state?
It's no easy thing, casting off your chains. By the time most pluck up the courage, they're already too far gone. These two here are the lucky ones. The name's Otto. You need anything? You ask me.
Well, Otto, I do need some supplies.
Do you now? Then Lady Karen over there will be more than happy to help you.
Right.
Oh. And thanks. Be seeing you.
Not likely. I won't be staying.
Is that right? Well, for as long as you are here, consider yourself welcome. You helped us today, and we won't forget it.
Side quests? Ooh.
Who are these people?
Oh, there it is. Side quest.
I heard they escaped their masters in the Imperial capital. By the look of those bruises, not a moment too soon.
Yeah, well, it doesn't matter where they came from. Only that they're here now.
You another one of Sid's strays? What? We all are. Little uns, big uns, and everything in between. We're a damn sight better off here than out there in the world.
Oh, well.
Damn it. We'll be needing more wood. But if I step away to fetch any, this lot will be down around our ears.
Ah, you there. Perfect timing. I couldn't persuade you to fetch me some timber, could I?
Sure.
I'd be happy to.
Oh, thank you. You'll be helping me and the hideaway both. Takes a lot of work to keep this place standing. More than we can manage, if I'm honest.
It certainly looks like you've got your hands full.
Ah, you can say that again. The Fallen knew their craft, make no mistake, but not even their handiwork lasts forever. That's why the walls need shoring up. Can't have the vegetable patch crushed before our first harvest now, can we?
No, I suppose not. All right, where can I find this wood?
Ask over at the White Ads. They'll point you in the right direction. Thanks again. I really appreciate the help.
There's more. Well, let's go there first. One after the other, no rush.
Excuse me. The man working over by the garden sent me to fetch some wood.
Ah, that'll be Geoffrey, master carpenter. Luck would have it, we've just finished cutting the timber he's after. You take as much as you need from the stack.
Thank you.
No, not at all. We appreciate the assistance.
Here we are. We better get this to... Geoffrey, was it?
Jeffrey.
Oh, you're back. Hope fetching that wood wasn't too much trouble.
There you go.
Will this be enough?
This will do nicely, thank you. With a bit of luck, the walls won't be falling in on us just yet.
That sounds ominous.
Oh, it's not as bad as all that. And it's a damn sight better than the alternative. We're safe, we're warm, and we're hidden. What more could we ask for? Now stop fretting and take this. You've earned it. Welcome to the fold.
There's no need to...
That's not a matter of need, my friend. You're one of us now.
Okay. 5 XP. A meteorite. The gill bug. Oh.
These apples are all foul.
Oh, that's what I wanted.
Out?
Okay, so there is another
Do you
quest
think we should go
here.
and help?
Ooh.
Don't think I haven't
Next
noticed
time you're
you
in,
stealing sips
first
from
round's
that
on the
vault.
ass.
Ah, a new face, and dare I hope, a willing pair of hands. The fat chocobo is a demanding mistress, and we are too few to keep her on her feet. Might I persuade you to deliver a meal or two to souls in need of sustenance? For your trouble, I can offer you the contents of my strongbox and my enduring gratitude.
Sure.
I don't see why not.
Marvelous. And who exactly do I have the honor of addressing?
Clive.
Delighted to make your acquaintance, Clive. I'm Kenneth, and mine are the weary shoulders upon which the weight of this fine establishment rests. Now, I have 3 hungry customers awaiting their victuals. Take these if you would, and be careful, they're hot.
Hot meal. How long has it been?
There you go.
Your food.
I was hoping it might be. Well, doesn't this look fine? Thank you, lad. You're new, aren't you? Kenneth's running you ragged already, I expect, the old rascal.
Well, he did say he'd give me something for my trouble.
And so he should. We're not slaves anymore. Well met, lad, and keep up the good work.
Here.
Oh, my thanks. I hope you do not think me lazy for waiting to be served like a lord. Only my former master did not use me kindly, you see. He left me half lame, truth be told. But Sid took me in nonetheless. Well, the hideaway is the home I never knew, and a mighty fine one at that.
Lola, but no. Lonely, are we, August? Ironblood were quick to sound the retreat
Man,
once Titan
Silken.
turned up.
When lightning struck, his yoke did break, his life his own again. With thunder's roll, he knew his fate and would fight it to the end.
I woke this morn inspired.
Let's go.
Well, well. There's so much more to farming than just seeds and soil.
Your food.
Just a moment. I need to finish this. I won't be a burden. I'm of no use to anyone as I am, but maybe if I can master this.
All right, but see that you eat it before it gets cold.
Of course. Thank you.
That's the last one. I'd better let Kenneth know.
Yours is not a familiar face. Are you new to the hideaway, perchance?
You could say that.
Well then, allow me to welcome you. I am Harpocrates II Hyperboreus.
That's,
Quite a mouthful, I know. Which is why everyone here has taken to calling me simply Tomes, on account of the company I keep. And what varied company. I'm a collector, you see. Not of bijou and baubles, but of stories. The history and culture of these isles have ever been a source of endless fascination to me. But alas, my days of wandering the realm in search of new tales are far behind me. And so I've taken to sharing that which I've gathered with all who might listen. Perhaps you would care to listen. I don't believe you've read this particular chapter before. I have a few new notes that might interest you.
Ooh.
If you have a question for me, I should be happy to answer it.
This is so good. Oh, and then it stacks up. Like if you go here and then it goes back down. Oh, that's so good. Best lore menu. Oh, hello. First shield. Huh. Yeah. Fire spected icon that first emerged in the year of the realm 860. And the puny forces attacked the Rosarian stronghold of Phoenix Gate. Yup. Yeah. Jill. Gygus Titan. We don't know the dominant yet, though. Ooh, 70 people. Yeah, sure. Wyvern, Clive. Man. Ambrosia. Clive's chocobo. Oh wow! Look at the bean! Oh, he's so cute. Okay, I could read this forever, but we haven't the time.
All done, I presume? Splendid.
They were bearers. All three of them. Not slaves waiting upon their master's pleasure, but men waiting to be fed like equals.
Indeed. Equality is the very cornerstone upon which our little community is founded. Beyond these walls, we are scorned as slaves. Speaking only when spoken to, eating only what scraps our masters deign to give us. The first hot meal here is the first many will have known. In the hideaway, we are free. Truly free to speak as we please, when we please, and to eat what and when we desire. More than reason enough to trust in Sid's vision, wouldn't you say? Now, I promised you something for your trouble, did I not? The contents of my strongbox are yours to do with as you will. Thank you, Clive. Do come and visit me again, won't you?
Money. Nice. Don't just kick it. Come on. Defense up. How nice. Oh, interesting. Hello.
I need supplies for my journey to Lost Wing. Otto said you could provide them.
What's that? Does the newcomer think it proper to make demands of a poor old matron before even introducing himself?
It's Clive.
Well, Clive, I hear that dog is yours. Since he followed Sid home one night, I've seen to it that his chin's rubbed and his belly fed. Though I suppose that's your job now. Unless you lose him again.
I won't. Not again. Thank you for watching him.
So, were you gonna buy something? What? You didn't think I'd shower your lordship with my hard-won wares while you swagger about with a pocket full of gil? Life doesn't work that way, lad. Now, let's see some coin.
Well, that is worse. I could do with a potion.
You'll not find a better price than that.
That's all.
Why, you've barely a guilty a name. You're taking his side now. And after all I've done for you.
Good boy.
All right. All right, I can make an exception. But just this once, mind. My stores are getting cluttered and I need to make room for the next shipment.
Thank you.
Thank me? Thank your dog.
He's a wolf, actually. Whoa. Hello? Yes? Excuse me? Oh. Training mode.
That's enough.
Oh, nice. Okay. Oh. Woo. Okay. This is so good. I would like a Geiger's please. Okay, okay. Very cool. How about you? How do I get out of here? Ah, that's how. That's so cool.
You all done?
Leaving already, are ya?
It's you I'll miss the most, Lady Karen. It always is.
Don't stop you going, does it?
This should be fun.
Right.
Party. He's so cute. Oh my god. Fast travel dog. Hi. Ah. Dog. There's the redstone. It does stuff.
Yes? What? Go on then.
I would like to sell this thing.
I reckon I can find a buyer.
Other than that,
Finished,
I'm
are
good.
you?
I'm going to map. You do. They do want me to map. Okay. Let's map then. Whee! Great word.
Bastard blood flies everywhere.
I told you we should have taken the Crystal Road.
And I told you that we're outlaws. You want every bounty hunter in Storm harrying us from here to the Holy Capital? Besides, what's wrong with a shortcut through nature's splendor?
I like him.
The Deadlands claim more of the realm each day. That a place like this still exists is a miracle in itself. Bloodflies and all.
We'll be back in Imperial land soon. You all right?
Never better.
Sounds like it.
Oh no! Hit the puppy.
That there is a fine hound. Soon took to hunting. Fearless as you like.
It's good to have you back, Torgal.
Now, we don't want to be caught in the forest after nightfall.
I suppose not.
Ah, you're so cute. Yes. Oh. He can cast Cure?
Did I mention there'd be deadly beasts? There'll be deadly beasts. Nothing a trained assassin can't handle, though.
How reassuring.
You're welcome for that and the shortcut.
Lizard. Dog.
Maybe they're friendly like Torgal. Oh, maybe they don't.
Get him!
Get him! Go, Clive! Woo! Oh, level up. Nice.
We still have a way to go.
Money. Oh, hello.
What in good Grieger's name is he doing this far south?
Looking for food. No more wolves where he's from.
The north was one of the first parts of Storm to fall to the Blight.
Poor sod. I'd invite him over for a cup of tea if I didn't think he'd eat the dog.
Let's try and stay out of its path.
Yes! You can pet the dog.
Good boy. After it.
Ah!
Remember when I said that the deadly beasts? Well, the shrubs in these parts are much better.
And you only think to mention this now.
Doctor.
Well, that's the undergrowth sorted. I'll take it from here.
Where? There? This way? Okay. No map for me. Okay. Interesting. Ooh. I got some lore, please. Yeah. Mm-hmm. Interesting. Great wood. Okay. It is dangerous, I figured.
After you.
Thank you kindly.
Huh.
The ruins. They're everywhere, aren't they?
Whoa.
Some say there was a time they blocked out the stars. Down was the only way left for them to go. There's probably a lesson to be learned from that. But it can wait. Come on. Mind your head.
Items. Oh, hello.
A wyvern.
Navis. I know what those are.
Doesn't happen to be a friend of yours, does he?
Oh, the music. Get broken. Get staggered, bitch. Got him.
Must be a nest nearby. Keep your eyes open.
Bergen. Oh, wow, it was faster than I expected.
Well, it appears we won't be going this way.
This way this then?
I'll admit I hadn't counted on that.
Oh.
At least one of us knows these woods.
Ooh. Or trust your own animal. It's like when you have an actual animal at your side. If you're lost, hold on to L3 and get Toggle to point you in the right direction. Wow. Oh, he's so good. Go, Toggle!
Well, they look not too happy. And for once, it's not my fault.
Oh man.
This is stupid. I like wolves.
I don't think they care, Sid.
Oh boy!
We did what had to be done.
Doesn't mean I have to like it.
No. No, it doesn't.
Go on, Toggle. This way. Okay. Good boy. What? Hello. You're chunky. Get low for you. No. Get love for the fallen. An ancient yet highly advanced civilization whose relics can be found across the length and breadth of Valistair. The materials from which these relics are constructed is far sturdier than steel and cannot be worked by modern methods. So the people of the modern day have elected to build inside and around them instead. Ooh, post-apocalyptic setting again.
That sword sharp.
You'd better hope so.
This shouldn't take too long.
Fafnir.
So much for your short
names and everything.
What? Still short, just not quite as quick. But it'll be a damn sight quicker if you help me.
I thought exactly.
Fuck.
Don't let them get away.
Taka.
Not this time.
Get him!
Give them all you've got, boy.
Sick of Torgal.
Keep your distance, boy. Give them all you've got, boy.
Don't let them get away. Get him.
Aye, aye. Someone's got the hump. Where he stops, no one knows.
Whee! Ah! Oh wow!
Not if we kill him first.
Ow! Okay, I need to use it properly.
This time.
Chonky. Uh-oh. Uh-oh.
Too slow.
Got him! Nice. Ooh. This. Ah! Not dead.
Oh, come on. Stand back.
Woo! Okay. You could have done that earlier. Ah, I see.
You're a dominant.
I am. Aye. Well, not by choice, mind. Whole bloody realm of strapping young lads. And it was this sorry sack of bones Ramu saw fit to home.
Damn.
Sid, you say you want to help dominants and bearers. But what's in it for you?
What's in it for me? The same as for all of us. What we want and deserve. Save for our knack, dominants and bearers are no different from anyone else. The ability to use magic or summon great beasts should command respect, but instead has left us outcasts. Our kind are used and discarded like tools, yet we are men, so why must we die as less?
I see. So what you're saying is you want to start a war.
You flatter me, lad. But my days as a firebrand are long behind me. No, I only wish to offer our kind a choice. A place where we can die on our own terms. Huh?
Well then. Hi. Big boy. I got turned around. Okay, this way. Oh! Ooh. Dark hole.
Clive, what exactly do you plan on doing when you find this dominant of fire?
What do you think? I'll show him the mercy he showed my brother, and cut out the tongue of any man who tries to talk me out of it.
All right. Forest dark enough as it is.
Holy shit! Wow.
It's over.
Got him. Who was this? What did I pick up? More enemies. Because why not?
See that river? We follow her upstream and we'll be in Lost Wing in no time.
In no time. Right.
Oh, okay. Okay, so which way is the right way? That's the right way. We're not going that way then. And one last enemy. That's nice. Level up. Awesome. Oh, the water. Good looking water. Ooh. Got him. Ooh, chest. Meteorite, nice. I wonder if the deadly plague that destroys everything is from space again. Like the last few times.
Quiet. A Royal Scout.
Someone's far from home.
Let's follow him.
Ah, sus.
And?
They're just down that way. All of them. Grieger's my witness.
Excellent.
The fuck?
We move.
I don't understand. Have I not proven loyal?
No. she don't care.
It is true my liege values loyalty above all else. But were you not quick to betray your countrymen for the promise of coin?
Well, F.
That woman. Benedicta Harmon, commander of Waloed's elite intelligences.
Most recently in their negotiation with the Dalmax. Okay. Barnabas is not the only one whom she shares a special bond. Benedicta also has eyes and ambitions with Hugo Kupka. Yeah. Sole surviving nation in Ash. Let's get a bit of stun here. Home to the mother crystal of Rake's spine. Okay. Interesting.
If we can capture her.
You! Weapons on the ground, Imperials!
Let's get
Annoying.
this over with then. At least they're not giant lizards.
Oh, those are not strong. Oh! Wow. Bang, 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 bang. Why are you not dying? Ah! Woo! Mashing!
Behind you!
Not happening! That's so cool. Ow! That's not cool. Ow! My guy has ninja moveset. Interesting. I'm not good at the parry timing yet. And oh, we're not done here apparently.
A little help. Not this time.
Woo! Come on! Ooh. Oh, that was cool. Ooh, accessory. Increases attack. How nice. Got him.
They thought we were Imperials.
Well, you do look the part. Though you fight like a true shield of Rosaria. And one blessed by the Phoenix at that. Speaking of which, I wonder, does the other icon of fire give blessings, do you think?
You don't believe me?
And lo, the Creator did make of the elements 8 icons to serve as keepers of the one law. Not that I've ever set too much store by holy doctrine, but on that point, it's clear. Fire has always had just the one warden, as of all the rest. A new one can't be born until the previous dies, and even that can take years. The thing is, you don't strike me as a liar. Which leaves but one person who might be able to shed some light on the matter.
Hey!
Their in-law swing. As are our Waluda friends, I would imagine. We should hurry before it gets dark.
But what if someone discovers the bodies?
Well, and they'll be sorely disappointed.
Stage replayed arcade mode? Oh, whoa! Oh, that's cool. Hi, money. I am having the time of my life. This game is so good. I can't even begin to tell you how good this game is. Whee! What do you mean you're a little late? I don't even have streams on Thursday usually, and I started 2 hours ago, which is also almost 2 hours before my usual start time. I didn't expect anyone to show up. I just wanted to play this.
I didn't realize we were this close. Any idea what that is they built the village around?
The Fallen Ruin. I've heard some call it an airship. Though its flying days seem to be behind it. It's a shame, that.
You truly think a dominant's waiting for us in that village?
My scout has never given me any reason to doubt him. Which is why I think we should hurry. Come on.
Ooh. As a fast travel point. That is a Sid. That is indeed a Sid. You are correct. That right here is in fact Sid. So these are fast travel points. Okay. And this is also late. Amazing. No. I mean, yeah, but no. Hold on. Since I have fast travel unlocked, I can go back there, which is nice. Very good. I love how the time changes when you go here. Ooh. Hello.
Well?
I can make new stuff.
Same for you, dear.
Oh. Oh, that is a bit better.
Not bad, if I do say so myself.
I don't have enough sharp fangs to make this, though. Unfortunate.
Not the best work, but it'll do.
Very nice.
That it? Fine.
Oh yeah, by the way, I finally managed to figure out and fix the color issue we had last time. So it turns out my capture card has a setting for the color space that it uses, and it was set to this, which as you can see is a bit blown out. And it appears as though the PlayStation runs on this color space, which looks way better. Boop.
Look what the curl dragged in. Go on then.
Yeah, I figured the pre-order sword would probably be good for a bit. That makes sense.
It'd better all be here.
Let's get some potions. And see if I have any sellables. Nope. Dragon talons are valuable. Holy
Finished,
shit.
are you?
Okay. Hop. Back we go. But yeah, that was the issue. Now you also get to enjoy the game at its full beauty. And I get to enjoy the layer of dust on my screen because the sun is shining at my screen at the moment. The sun weapons by AE? Oh, in AE. Oh, I can run. What is this? Running unlocked. The sun weapons in AE, but didn't know how to upgrade them. Sun weapons? Oh, oh hello. Random encounter. Oh, for the yeah, that would have made it clearer. You mean the weapons you get from the
up ahead.
The €10 thingy?
Or foes.
Foes. I see. Oh, hello. Let me do some side content. Maybe just bonking these wolves for no reason. I'm very pleased that you get to run. Also, apparently, we get to sneak around.
That's enough.
But yeah, so, do you still need to know, or have you figured out how to upgrade them? Because I can tell you. You have no clue? Just go into taverns. Like any tavern. And see if it has the backpack guy NPC in it. The weapons from the purchasable starter kit are upgraded by just story progress, eventually. And you run into these backpack guys, and they will upgrade it for you. That's how it works. You know what? Actually, I want to fight these guys. I want XP. Hello!
Another step.
But yeah, just check out taverns.
More Waluders. Why? What is it they want?
You're welcome to ask the next ones we meet. Let me know how it goes.
Well, then you apparently have to clear chapter 22. Is what I would guess. I want that. Looks so cool. Ooh. What does mastering this change? Ooh. Okay, no, we're getting that. Nope, that's it. Just clear chapter 22, go to the guy again, he'll give you the stuff. Although, keep in mind that it might not be the weapon upgrades guy. You will find out, I guess. There's a couple of things you get. For the thing. And they are all locked behind story progress. Actually, let me look that up for you. 1 second. Another Eden Daybreak weapons. There we go. Should tell you, but Daybreak. This guard is annoying me. Daybreak. Hello. Apparently it doesn't say in the wiki. That's weird. Another Eden starter pack. Okay. Yeah, okay. So that's how it works. What city is the character in that you just talked to? Olsen? The fuck? That's not a place. That's not a location. What are you talking about? What inn did you visit? Which city? Oh, Baruki. Yeah, okay, that's the last guy. Oh yeah, that works. So the way this works is, if you buy the starter set right when you start the game, there will be one of the guys in every inn along the storyline. The one in Baruki will just give you everything you haven't claimed yet. So if you speak to that guy, all the other guys you could be speaking to up to that point disappear, and he just gives you all of the items up to that point. So if you just talk to the one in Baruki, you get everything. That's is easy mode, I guess. So there you go. If he tells you to go to chapter 22, all you have to do is clear chapter 22, and then you'll have stuff. Now, on with FF16.
No sign of the Royalists.
Or anyone else for that matter. It's too bloody quiet. Even for this hour.
What do we do now?
First we look for my scout. You start here, I'll circle round the back.
How do I let you know if I find him?
Good question. Shout?
Subtle.
I don't even know what he looks like.
Me either. Me either, Clive.
The village can't be completely abandoned, can it?
Hello.
You miss me? I'm flattered, but let's stick to the plan, eh?
Yeah. Yeah. They don't give you everything in the at the beginning. They will give it to you gradually as you play the story. Because, like, one of the reasons is giving you that fully upgraded weapon.
That sounds like a child.
In the beginning of the storyline sounds like a really bad idea. Because it will trivialize the entire game.
It's all right. I'm not one of them. My friend and I, we're with the Imperial Army. And we've come to help. Do Do you know where your parents are?
In the church.
Then I'm going to find them and make sure they're safe. Can you stay hidden here until then? To the church, then.
Yeah. Like, I bought the starter set after I finished the story, so I got the weapons, like, after they almost weren't good anymore. But I still got some mileage out of them. Yo. Look, a moth. Meth. I don't think front door is the best way to get in there. Ah, but I don't see any other path. Well then.
This man's gonna die if we don't get into a healer.
Enough of your barking, dog!
About time.
Stand back.
Oh yeah, did I mention? This Cid is actually the dominant of Ramu. There we go. Sidolphus Talamon is his full name. They went for Sidolphus again this time.
Who the hell are you?
Clive!
Thought you weren't coming.
You still alive, Gav?
Barely. Been doing what I can for the villagers, but...
I thought you were joking.
It's all right. He's with me. Is this everyone?
No, there were others. A pair of royalists came for the bearers just before you arrived.
Was a dominant among them?
Maybe. It's not like he was holding a sign.
I'll give you one guess where he's going. Clive, after him.
Go, Clive, go! I smell a boss fight.
Any word from the scouts?
Not yet, my lady, but we have the Dominant's companion. It's only a matter of time before we seize our quarry.
Very good. And what of the others?
The bearers have been taken to Caer Novent.
Some may still be worth keeping should the Dominant elude us.
All is in hand, my lady. They will not be spoiled. I give you my word. Gentlemen, a toast! Will you join me?
My thanks. To Our Lady of the Wind. And the King!
Ugh. The Imperials drink this piss?
Well, it would go some way to explain their breath.
Lady Benedicta, Imperials!
And instead of killing them, you lead the rats straight to us.
Mercy.
One less for me to fight.
Look what we have here, boys. An Imperial bearer. Good. I was getting bored.
Ah, nice.
Boo.
The dominant of Shiva, I presume. Out of Shiva. Garuda. Yep.
Where did?
Dance, Gerard.
Oh, she summoned Sharada! How cute!
What is that thing? If this means what I think it does, then Sid has some explaining to do.
Oh god. Ah! Come on. Yeah. What? I'm dodging. What do you mean? Oh god. Her dodge timing is not nice. Come on.
Too slow. You better be on your way, Sid.
What are you having for? Money. Battlefield the overworld. Kinda odd.
Not this time.
Oh, that takes care of that. Goodbye, Shirada. Ding. Ah. Oh, nice. Sharp fangs. Cool. I need those.
You've got some fight in you, even for a branded.
Clive!
Look who's here to save the day. Is this how you recruit all of your charges?
Don't recall you complaining, Benedicta.
There's some history
So,
here.
Sidolphus, remind me, why was it that you betrayed your kingdom? I asked you a question, Lord Commander.
Why? Because I'd had enough of you and your king's antics.
And yet here you are, stealing my branded. What are you plotting?
As if I'd tell you.
Ooh.
Lady Benedicta, we have secured the dominant.
Always something, isn't there?
Bye.
And she's gone. Did she say where she was going?
No.
Then we head back to Lost Wing. One of the villagers may have heard something.
But we can't just...
Which is why I sent Gav. The man has a nose for these things. Trust me.
But I have a little wolf. Good boy.
So, it wasn't about bears at all. They were looking for a dominant.
Yeah, that's right. Thought we were hiding the bastard. Like any of us would keep a monster like that under our roof. Oh, no offence.
When no one talked, they started rounding up everyone with a brand. And then everyone without one and all.
And locked you in the cellar, hoping sooner or later someone would break. You know, things might have been different if you'd accepted my invitation.
Oh, don't remind us. We were all saying the same thing.
This is our home, innit? Don't mean we won't out when we can, though.
And that, I'll drink to.
Oh, come hear the tale of Lord Dion the Bold, whose tamed worms 1,000 and slain the tenfold. 100 full legions the young dragoon led, and watched as 1,000,000 foes turned tail and fled. His lance levels mountains, it sanders the deep. The skies over storm breaks for
Listen, Clive. Revenge won't bring him back. It won't.
13 years ago, I watched a dominant kill my brother right in front of me. And I did nothing. But now I can. I can kill the son of a bitch. And bring peace to my brother's soul. After that, whatever happens, happens.
Fate. You're content to be its slave, then?
His radiance would have us believe the Imperial host invincible. Yet here we find the Empire's cornerstone teetering on the backs of a handful of cowards and cutthroats. Well, Bahamut may lead 100 full legions. Could it be that the young prince defends a house of cards ready to topple at the slightest breeze? Tell me something. Why do you not resist? Within you lies the power to slay gods. The phoenix perished in your flames. Yet you do not fight. You do not flee. You refuse your gift. Perhaps you are distracted. My offer still stands. Join us and you will be treated with the respect one of our kind deserves.
Ooh.
Lord Margrace, don't!
I'll give you a moment to consider your options. Do be gentle with them.
Clive. Wake up. Gav's back.
Canovant.
One of the Empire's outlying strongholds, though apparently not strong enough to keep out the Royalists.
The captured bearers are inside. I'm sure of it.
If Benedicta's orders are to stay in the shadows, she won't be traveling with many men. Meaning, she'll be keeping her prisoners together and close by.
Including the Dominant.
So, we find a way into the fortress and conjure a bit of chaos.
What about me?
Excellent question, Gav. You will wait outside the care and guide those I free to safety.
And miss all the fun. Why can't he do that?
Clive doesn't have your nose. He'd stumble off a cliff before he even found the men. Come on, Gav. You're the best man for the job.
Well, when you put it that way. Suppose I'd better scout ahead for any surprises. Don't you let him down.
I won't. All right. Shall we?
Not so fast. We wait until tomorrow.
But he's right there.
And if we leave now, we'll arrive just as the sun comes up. Maybe join the guards in breaking their fast. Come on, Clive. They only just took the place. They'll be there a while yet. We've got one chance at this. You don't want to waste it, do you?
I think that somehow might be Joshua. I'm pretty sure, like, Clive is the dominant of Ifrit. But then who is that other dominant?
Oh. Settled. There's someone I want you to meet.
At this hour?
He's the owner of the tavern, and our best hope of getting a decent night's kip.
Look at the map. Oh, nice.
You're the kind man who saved Mummy. Thank you.
You're the child who cried.
Any friend of the innkeeper is a friend of mine.
At least better. Oh. I guess I should be selling or buying stuff. Orchestrion rolls are expensive in this game. Damn. Okay.
I trust it's all here.
Real blood.
Here's what we agreed on.
And black blood.
Never have too many. Here's what we agreed on.
A lot of side quests, I can imagine.
You're always welcome here in Lostwing.
The game does have some side quests. That is for sure.
Quentin, my good man. It seems we'll be spending the night.
I thought as much. Where do you find that one?
What, him? You wouldn't believe me if I told you. Quentin here is an old friend, one who is sympathetic to our cause.
Sympathetic? Then he knows about your little sanctuary. I would never have guessed so many people were bent on setting us free. When last I checked, the mere thought would earn you a trip to the gallows.
I am well aware of the risks, as I am of the rewards.
And what could be more rewarding than your very own dominant of fire?
A dominant? Here? Now that I would like to see.
Meaning you haven't?
No, but nothing passes unnoticed in Lostwing. Take your brand, for example. People will see that at once. And I need hardly tell you how they will greet the inquiries of a bearer. You are afraid your words will fall on deaf ears, as they have ever since the moment you were marked. Happily, I can provide a solution to your dilemma, as a favor to Sid, that is. Take this. You will find it has the uncanny power to loosen tongues.
Seal
May the
obtained.
mothers guide you.
This might be Imperial land, but here in Lostwing, it's his word that's law.
But how?
You don't need to worry about that just yet. Trust me. Everyone in Lostwing knows what that seal means, and what it means if they don't take note. Now we can sit here counting our blessings, or put them to good use and find that dominance. Your choice.
Let's see if this thing really works.
And that's all you can remember. Think hard.
I already told you. He was gone before any of us could get a good look under that hood of his.
Ah, Master Quinton took a liking to you, I see. And there I was, thinking you were in bed with Sid. Wonder what Gav will have to say about this.
Actually, maybe I'm wrong about that.
Speaking of whom, if you see him, tell him thanks for looking after us. Now, what can I help you with?
I'm searching for a dominant of fire. Gav seems to think he might have taken refuge here.
We see a lot bearers around these parts. But I do seem to recall one who commanded the flame. Now, whether or not that makes him a dominant, I can't say. But the Waluders certainly took a keen interest in the poor sod.
Did you get a look at him?
Didn't have a chance. One of the other bearers might have done.
Thank you.
That a hanged man I see? Master Quentin must think you're important. It was a good thing you done today, getting rid of those bastards. If you hadn't come when you did, I'd be on my way to Ash by now, along with the others. Poor buggers.
These others, was there a dominant among them? A dominant of fire?
Might have been, yeah. Royalists seem to think there was, anyhow. A thin bloke all swallowed up in his robes like one of Great Grieger's churchmen.
Do you recall anything else about him?
Only that he weren't alone. Was a young maid who went wherever he did, including the church, and wherever the Royalists dragged them both off to before you got here.
I see. Thank you. I wonder if Sid's found anything.
Tell me that scowl means you've got good news. So, a shady lad with a hood, and his equally shady lass. Not much to go on, but... I've been thinking, if our friend is a dominant, why not just burn the Royalists to a crisp? There's a reason he's holding back, and I reckon he has something to do with his partner.
What makes you say that?
One of the villagers I talked to said the two were separated. If the Waluders have her, our dominants like to think twice before starting any fires. Whoever he is, he's shown himself to have a level head. He's careful, cunning, and he doesn't want to be found. This could spell trouble. For us and the Royalists both. Still, it'll be a whole lot worse if we set off after them with bleary eyes and empty bellies. There should be a pair of pallets waiting for us back at the inn. Shall we? Now, about those beds.
Beds? I seem to recall your request being to spend the night. And for that, the floor will more than suffice.
Better than a wet rock, I suppose. My thanks, Quentin. Next time you're at the hideaway, our floor's all yours.
No need for thanks, Sid. This isn't an act of charity.
You don't say.
In exchange for my floor, I shall be requiring your services. The Royalists saw fit to erect a barricade across the road south when they occupied the village, and failed to remove it when they left. I expect it to be gone before you leave.
As you wish. Well, that took longer than expected. First time dismantling the barricade? It gets easier, don't worry.
I won't.
If we leave now, we'll arrive at the care when the shadows are at their deepest. Unless you'd rather wait.
No more waiting. The road south, then? Unless...
I know of another shortcut. You should be so lucky.
You know what I don't have yet? A chocobo.
Come back to me, my darling. I can't bear another night without you.
road here cuts through Lorbert's Pass to Care Northern. You're not thinking of heading that way, are you?
If the Royalists were looking to take the care, they'd have posted sentries to prevent any unwelcome surprises. At least I would have.
Well, you should know.
Speed.
Wrong way, friend.
Told you.
Finished! That's it!
Got him. Speed.
What are the Royalists thinking?
Oh.
Why take a stronghold they've no chance of holding?
When they've no intention of holding it, the king is up to something.
The king?
Oh yeah, also, as you can see here, I did get to keep my demo save, which is very nice. I also want to allude on the topic of speed, that one of the first trophies I got how can I look at trophies I've actually gotten? Oh. I'm looking for it. Where is it? No? Come on. Let me look at the trophy. That is shift. You get shift for using
Well, you don't think they're acting
the
on
dash 15 times.
This is one of His Majesty's cunning stunts, and he sent his best to execute it.
Shift. Oh, give me that one. Yes. Thank you.
I'll tell your lady, you try.
And then, of course, the best feature of this game. You can pet the dog. Pet the bean. There we go.
Care Norvins. Hard nut to crack even when it isn't crawling with royalists.
I don't care who else is in there.
Oh, get to run again. How nice. Just the time to get attacked.
Finished!
Hog.
More
Maybe.
Much as I enjoy battering down the front door, I hazard this endeavour will require a bit more tact.
There's an old sluice that empties under the bridge. It should see us through to the lower levels of the care. Sid. We both know why I'm here. But what is it that you want? Why would you risk your life for a handful of outcasts? If anyone ever learned what you've been doing with their property...
They'd have my head in a box. But this isn't just about dominance and bearers, it's about all of us. What I want is to build a place where it doesn't matter what you are, but who you are. But our world isn't ready for a place like that. So, until it is, I use the power I've been given to show people there is hope.
So, tell me about this Benedicta.
The best and worst decision I ever made. Don't underestimate her, Clive. A fight with her icon is not one you're likely to walk away from.
Garuda. Warden of the Wind.
Hey.
Hmm?
Red dot in the sky next to the moon. Kinda sus. Why is there a singular red star? That's weird. There, look at it. What is that? I don't get to find out, okay?
The land has fallen. The eastern territories all but belong to the orcs.
I'll have my men ready to depart by noon.
Don't bother.
But what of the mines? Without adamantite...
The blight would have engulfed the mines ere long. Besides...
Why would that be the North Star? This isn't even Earth.
You already have your orders.
Yes, my liege.
The dark swallows more of the realm with each passing day. The land starved of the ether that gives it life. And as the fringes fade, the people flock to the mother crystals, desperate for their blessing. The war we wage for possession of that blessing, it breaks us from within, hastening us to our own destruction.
And so you do what must be done.
I unite the dominants, that we may bring an end to the strife, and found a new order to see us unto tomorrow. The world must be restored, and I will see it so.
You might have already had Zidolphus not betrayed us.
Him again. Lust you still for his embrace?
But... of course not. My liege. I serve you, and you alone.
I remember well the day you first entered these halls. Your pale hand pressed into his, as if you would never let go.
That was a long time ago. Yours is the only hand I need. Now and always.
Soon, my dear. Soon all will know whose hand it is that keeps them from falling into the darkness.
Hold me, my liege. Never let me go.
One of our sentries has failed to report, milady. Your orders?
Pull the men back inside the care, Geralf.
He is here, then.
Have them lead Sid and his little pet to the chapel. I shall entertain them there. So you've come for me after all.
All clear.
Funny you should say that. Game of Thrones actually was a massive inspiration for this game.
That's a nice trick. You'll have to teach me sometime.
Like, the director came into the office early in development and was like, okay, I'm giving all of you homework. Everyone in this team has to watch the first 4 seasons of Game of Thrones at minimum. So we're all on the same page. Yep. The entire development team had to watch 4 seasons of Game of Thrones.
We should start with the dungeons. They may be holding the bearers there.
To understand the vibes they are going for.
Keep ourselves on this side of the bars.
What do you mean? Game of Thrones is really good. Except for the last 2 seasons.
They're all empty.
And? You gonna give up?
Sid. This gate.
Whee.
Need some help.
What do you think?
That I'm doing most of the lifting.
Oh, I've seen this part
Your legs yet, Clive?
in the demo. I know parts of the game until the Garuda fight due to the stream they did pre-launch.
Did you hear that?
Unfortunately, yes.
So I think this is where the combat demo is in the storyline.
Good news, lad.
Your search is over.
Because in the combat demo, they just kind of put you into adults live gameplay somewhere.
That's enough.
And that's about it.
So, where to next?
Hello, dog. Well, wolf, rather. Torgal is a wolf. And a very cute one.
This door only leads to more royalists. We'd better find another one.
Take your pick.
Well, what do you think, Torgal? Any suggestion? Boy.
How about a window?
Bloody show off. Well, we found the Imperial garrison.
Okay,
Right where
hold
the
on.
royalists left them.
What's up here then?
It's over.
Boom! Got him. Oh, did I just kill him anyway? Oh no. Is that the door I was refusing to take? Oh no, it isn't. You know what? Let's take a different route. Maybe this way. Oh, what's up here? An item. Random potion. Okay. So one thing that's nice is if you find a potion and you don't have space for more potions, they just kind of just use it.
They're everywhere.
It's over.
Yeah, this is fun. Oh, oh fuck. I got magic in the face. Oh no. Goodbye. The finishes are... Ooh. They are something. They sure are something. Ooh. Oh. Bloody hide. Huh. Well then.
Welcome back, Lord Commander. Oh, I'm not staying.
Not this time.
What? How dare you? Bonk, bonk, bonk. Got him. Not well, though.
Never were one for half measures, were you, Benedict? These poor sods didn't know what hit them.
The alarm.
All this bloody running. After them.
Well guarded. Ah.
Seems they were expecting us.
You don't say.
Goodbye. More enemies, wow. And done. Level up. So much loot. Ooh. Did they close the door behind me? They did! Rude!
The only way is through the chapel.
Then Grey Grieger must have plans for us.
Well, here we are. Time for a boss fight. Because that has Boss Arena written all over. The whole thing.
What the hell happened here?
Good question, Sid.
Little late for prayer, isn't it?
Do I seem so desperate as to grovel at the feet of a false god? I was waiting for you.
Not for too long, I hope. All this for a midnight chat. Well, let's chat then. Where are the men and women you took from Lost Wing?
You mean, where's the dominant? Waleed shall be requiring his services indefinitely. Come back to me, Sidolphus. I need you. Think of all the things we can create together. The world that we can build.
You need me? Your king needs me. I'm all for building a new world. Just not his. That bastard's dreams are as twisted as his promises are false. And I want no part of them.
King Barnabas saved you, and this is how you speak of him. Have you no shred of loyalty?
King Whomst? Ah. This guy.
What? To a leader who'd use me? Like he uses you.
You know nothing of me, Sidolphus.
You're right. I don't know who you are anymore. Or what you want. I only know what you used to say. That you were tired of running. That you just wanted to be free. Free of it all. You weren't lying to me then, so what changed? What made you think you had to sacrifice who you were to get what you wanted?
Sacrifice. I use my talents to my advantage, and you would tell me there is shame in that?
If there's no shame, then why do you feel so sorry for yourself?
A rousing speech, Lord Commander. I was a fool to believe you might have changed. The only person I feel sorry for is you! I can't do this anymore. If you would stand between our liege and his dream, then you leave me no choice. Goodbye, Sidolphus.
Stand back, Clive.
Ooh, I must have heard. Oh, wow. But it's safe, he's fine.
Finish them.
Hi there, friends.
Well, Sid. At least it's not 3 against 1.
Uh-oh. Goodbye. Bum, bum, bum. Dead. Hi, Safrana.
She doesn't look happy, Torgal. Come on.
Come on. There we go. Perfectly parried.
You lose.
Saparna and Shirada slain. As you do. Remember, you gotta kill the ads before you kill Garuda. Anyway, did Sid survive statue to the body? I don't trust bloodless deaths.
Sid, are you all right?
Do I look all right?
There's blood.
Benedicta will be on her way to collect the dominant, if she hasn't already. You can't afford to let them
It sure
leave.
was.
Remember, she has wings, you don't.
What about you?
Before or after I catch my breath?
Sorry. Come on, Torgal.
He's fine. Okay. I do expect them to kill Sid like 4 hours into the game. But yep, that sure was the ads from the Garuda fight. Okay. Give me a second, Toggle. I want loot. Oh, chest! Kick. Meteorite, nice!
She must be here somewhere.
A potion, good. Okay, you want me to go this way? So I'll open this. The Favor of Fire! I got an item. What did I get? Increases heat wave damage by 9%. That's nice, I used that. And... no, I guess that's fine so far. I'm okay with this equipment set. Well then.
The withdrawal has been signaled.
Ah! But we can't have that. No cure for you. Oh, you live. Whoops. Boop.
I'm running out of tower.
Well, that's bad. But if we need a tower to climb it.
Our lady wants us gone before sunrise.
Well, hi. I mean, I guess, but I'm not going to cleave Torgal. Torgal actually knows the healing spell. I don't know how that works. Thank you for the heal. Goodbye. Not clear. Wait, I don't actually use heat wave. I'm stupid.
Better not have flown away.
What way? That way. So, not this way? Blue! Ah, alright. That's okay. That's a good item. Okay, let me gear. I like the Cyclone, but I got an item that improves Heatwave. So I want to use Heatwave. Also, I think I can improve Heatwave. Nope, not yet. Right, but I can master the Phoenix Death, which is nice. And also this. I don't know what mastering does exactly, but I want it. But I drop Gil.
This won't be easy.
Not really. Ow. Ow. Oh. Well, I don't know. Got him. potion, nice. A dog.
Finally.
What is it, Dora? Find something? No? Okay. Now! It is time. Why is the red? It's next to the moon. Can't be the North Star.
And less from you. This is the second time you've bested my sisters. Men of your talents are rare indeed. Why cast your lot with such undesirables? If it is the hearth you long for, you will find more than enough warmth under my wings.
You know exactly what I want. Hand over the dominant, and I'll leave you in peace.
You would dare to make demands of me. Know your place, little lamb. Fool is the shepherd who heeds every bleat of the flock. And I will suffer yours no longer. Must I spell it out for you, Branded? No one is listening. No one at all! Come, little lamb, to the slaughter with you.
Ooh, hello.
This time.
Ah, crap. Get staggered. Oh, that's not the boss. Nope, this is not the boss. Her health bar is empty and she is not dead.
Where is he? I won't ask again.
You pay for that.
Ow! Woo!
Dodge this.
Oh no!
Fucking dog!
He is a wolf, and you leave him alone.
Cry all you like.
There's no one to save you now.
She has a Dragoon moveset. That's interesting. Ah, crap.
Not this time.
Bang, bang, bang. Bang, 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 bang. Bang, 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 bang.
Time to join your pet.
Uh-oh.
Bury it together.
Nope.
And stay down.
Fuck you. Look, a free stagger. Oh, fuck, all is fine though. Bum, 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 bum. Bum, bum, bum. Uh-oh. Ah, no thank you.
You're mine. Disgusting.
Come on! What is it with this combo attacks?
Shit!
Yeah, that's bad. Well, hello.
Bad luck.
Oh, no! Oh, she said fuck! Woo! Holy shit, Saga! Yes! her in the throat. Holy fuck. Who's angry?
I'll kill you! I'll kill you both!
Because she has health left. Also, she's kind of a demigod. You know? I guess that helps. Oh, also, this isn't the boss. I know how her actual boss fight looks, and this isn't it. This is phase 2. And I'm out of potions. Ah, crap. Ow!
My wounds, boy.
Not enough yet!
Yup!
Not this time.
Ow, 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 stop! Girl! Would you relax? Yeah, no, I didn't though. I mean, it wants me to think that, but no, that would be nice though. This isn't the final battle though.
You are but a branded! How? How did you do it? How did you even survive? How?
The answer is simple, Benedicta. He was fighting for something he believed in.
Shut up! Why aren't you dead?
He survived.
We've played your games. Now tell me where he is.
Who? What are you?
Excuse?
Why?
Maybe that is the final battle against her. However,
Clive!
you should leave.
Enough of this.
Nope.
What? She's gone.
Yeah.
What's happening?
Give her back! Give her back! Give her back!
My lady!
Where is she? Where is Garuda?
Look at me, my lady. We need you here. What the hell is going on?
Yeah, that's weird. I didn't quite expect this. That wasn't in the demo.
How'd you do that?
They've bamboozled me.
Fuck me. I hope the bear has found a way out.
Gladly. What?
Clive, this place is ready to collapse, and I'd rather not be here when it does. If your dominant started this fire, and I'm betting he did, he'll be long gone.
Damn it all.
Well, with great power. Oh my god. These trophies are killing me.
What was that?
That's Joshua, isn't it?
I created a diversion as commanded, Your Grace. The villagers escaped in the confusion. As should we.
Yes.
Joshua somehow survived getting murdered. No, like, this is actually putting in the effort in changing the demo. That's a lot of work. I'm very much, like... It's fair that I didn't expect this. They probably worked a few weeks on making the demo different.
Morning has broken.
From the actual storyline.
And here come the cavalry, itching to butcher the bastards who made them miss their morning gruel.
They didn't have to.
Come on. If they catch us leaving a burning care, people might jump to conclusions.
Right.
Anyway, I appear to have acquired wind.
Benedicta said you'd taken her power. You don't still have it, do you?
I think I do.
He didn't work on Bravely Second. I don't know what you mean. Ah. Yeah, but that's significantly less work. You underestimate how
Well, are you not keen to try
much
it out?
work this is for a game like
Possibly
this.
go wrong.
Where did you two come from?
Okay, how do I switch? I didn't read the tutorial. Oh, it's L2. That's fun. Oh look, he level up. How nice. So I think I should go into how this skill system works, because I don't think I have explained it properly yet. So these are the abilities. You have Clive's core moveset down here. This is Clive. That's Clive's moveset down here. And then you have the icon-specific moveset up here. That's the Phoenix moveset. That's the Garuda moveset. And if I complete battles, I not only get experience, I also get ability points, although not many. And I can spend these ability points on either learning new abilities, which unlearned abilities are grayed out and fully faded, or upgrading abilities I've already acquired, like these, which makes them better. Personally, I'm interested in what this does. Okay, so on Phoenix I have a dash. And on Garuda I have a grab. That's interesting.
You there. A moment.
Also, icons do not share cooldowns. I just killed a small dragon. Sad. Oh, it's much less bad than the Spherobot, though. God, that sucked.
They've come from the camp. Stay down.
So yeah, so I can do Heat Wave and Rising Flames, then switch to Garuda and immediately do Wicked Wheel. Because icons do not share cooldowns between their abilities, which means instead of having 2 abilities with individual cooldowns, now that I've unlocked Garuda, I have 4. Which is nice.
Turn back.
I think I might just take up a small one first. So now I can go here, play with this guy, switch over to Garuda, go down on this enemy, go to Ifrit. Oh, that's not Ifrit, that's Phoenix. I keep saying Ifrit. I don't have Ifrit. I have Phoenix. Or at least the game tells me I have Phoenix. I might have actually been the dominant of Ifrit the entire time, and not actually have the blessing of the Phoenix, just have dominant powers of Ifrit. Who knows? Death. Also, poor dragon being enslaved by the Empire. How dare. It's so cute. I would appreciate a fast travel point, because I would really like to go shopping. Did I mention that this game is actually open world?
Whoa, it's only me.
Damn it, Gav, are you trying to get yourself killed?
It's
not
pretty
me who's
open
been playing
world.
with fire. Don't do things
At
by
some point,
halves, do you?
I think. They said so.
This way.
This way. Oh.
So if it wasn't you or him who freed the bearers, who was it?
Good question. Someone who didn't have their hands full fighting a bloody harpy, I guess. But what matters is they're safe. Something they wouldn't be had it not been for you, Gav.
Just doing me job, like. So, what about his dominant?
Gone. And after we were so close.
Well, I can track him.
Why would you?
Sid told us about your family. Lost me own to Imperial steel. Sometimes vengeance is the only thing that keeps you going.
Thank you.
Go safely, brothers.
I like this guy.
I reckon he likes you.
What was that ton thing you did? Am I just being queer, or is this game very gay?
My lady, you have to hold on. We're going to get you.
Go on. What am I going to do? Barnabas?
How long to the coastal road?
At this pace, we won't make it by sunset.
He'll know. He'll cast me out like all the others. What am I going to do? What am I going to do?
My lady.
F.
Carol.
What do we have here?
Fetch a good price, I reckon.
But we'd be doing the slavers a disservice if we didn't praise her work.
Stay away!
It's all right. They can't hurt you anymore. Come on. Let's go home.
Is this it, Adolphus? My punishment for not listening to you? This wretched world!
Oh well.
Deserves to die. It all deserves to die! Die! Die!
Yep. There it is.
Sid.
Do you feel it too?
Garuda. By the flames.
Apparently there can be multiple dominants.
She's drawn in too much ether. She can't control it. If Garuda isn't stopped, that vortex will swallow this whole forest, and us along with it.
Then I'll stop her.
Let's go then.
I heard it again. Someone is calling me.
Damn it, lad. That doesn't mean you have to listen. I should have gone with Gav.
He's coming. Garuda looks so good in this game.
I think you understand.
It's
That's not
insane.
Just windy weather you're wandering into. Benedicta's rage knows no bounds. And that's on a good day. I don't want to know what's waiting inside that.
But I do. I have to find out. And I'm not turning back.
Can I please find a fast travel point? What is going on here?
There are so many.
Aye. One for every fragment of our mind.
Yeah, let's not, though. I am very low on potions.
This time.
Come on, die. Okay, second, that's good. I would really appreciate some healing items. That is not healing items, that is magic ash. You come here. Okay, can I please get, like, a lock-on? Thank you. Oh, this is so much fun. Oh, that was aerial. That wasn't too good. Doing that in the air, not good. Cannot recommend. If the enemy is not also in the air. Oh, these are worth killing, really? Come on. I would appreciate if I had my abilities before I did this. Hi! Would you like to get staggered today? Thank you. Those drop really rare material, so I guess killing them it is. That's annoying. Oh yeah, also, as I was saying, world pretty open. Although apparently I don't get to go everywhere at the moment because, you know, that is happening. I can kind of understand why the game would let me go everywhere. But still, so cool. Yeah, no, that's not a path, it seems. Oh no. They are Pokemoning. Come on. Bong, 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 bong. Bong, bong. Nice. Also, I guess they drop experience, which is also nice. Though not a lot. Ooh, they do give 40 skill points per kill, though. That is nice. That's damn good. And they are pretty safe kills if I don't fuck up. Okay, we're getting the last one. Well, hello there.
No holding back.
Yeah, the wiki is so good. That is true. It's a very well kept wiki. the AE wiki. Wow, I can go places. Probably should. Damn. Well, that got me a nice amount of XP. I'm still half dead though. Oh, a fast travel point, how nice!
He's in there. I know it.
Is he? We just go in, I guess. Ah, I see. Yep, and that one. But we're teleporting back to the hideaway because I need to go shopping. This also heals me, I think. Hello.
And what do you want? Going purse weighing you down?
Yeah, I think that's intentional. Oh, I think you'll get a kick out of this, Money. When I opened the game box, right?
I'm thankful you got that much.
The first thing that I saw next to the game disc was an advertisement for the Final Fantasy XIV free trial. I cannot. Like, really? Really, Yashida? Really? Yes, I have heard. I do know about the Final Fantasy XIV free trial.
I see I'm busy here.
I am aware.
So, what'll it be?
So that's still worse than my pre-order sword. That's on par, so it's not worth it. But the memes, yeah. However, this is a good item.
No scratches,
I will make
right?
it. And so is this item.
Not bad. If I do
I
say
do
so
enjoy
myself.
the more health that this will give me, and the more
can thank me
defense.
later. Don't waste my
I am
time.
out of valley
Leave with the
matter.
stuff.
That is fine.
Anything else?
No, that'll be okay. I mean, also go with the memes. No, it is not. They made the meme. They are not going with the memes. They are going with very much just their own advertisement material, which we've been memeing. They made up that sentence. It's all their fault. Also, it is effective. Like, the fact that this is a meme is so good for advertisement. Because, like, we keep talking about it. So people keep thinking about it and keep hearing about the critically acclaimed MMORPG Final Fantasy XIV. Which, in case you didn't know, has a free trial. Oh, also, like, that orchestrion design is just too on the nose. I mean, look at it. That is... It's just a more rustic orchestrion.
Young had so many uses.
Good day. Or is it night?
Yay!
quite the find for you today.
Oh, okay, so Cherada and Serpana are considered Aegis. In this game. Which means dominants are quite literally summoners. Yeah. I mean, they have to. How could they not use it?
What subject shall we consider today?
Benedicta Harmon. Sidolphus Telamon. The Eye of the Tempest. I mean, that is on the nose, my guys. That is... Whew. A man named Margus. Semi-priming. Yep. So, priming is the act of summoning the primal into your body. Semi-priming is just kind of half-assing it, I guess. Where you get the powers of the primal, but not the appearance, so not all of the powers, I guess? It's what she's been doing in the boss fight. That's what semi-priming is. Map. World map. Live. Okay. I will be taking a short break so I can stretch my legs. I've been live for 4 hours. And I will also get something new to drink. But this stream is far from over. I'm having way too much fun in this game. I will be right back. I just need to pee and stuff. And we're back. Whoa. Go right in to the Garuda fight. The last part of the game I know. I was under the impression came directly after the previous fight, but apparently not. Hello.
Wait! Clive. Was that
the Dominant? The man who killed my brother?
Are you absolutely certain?
I've seen him every night for the past 13 years. Watched as the flames of his icon took Joshua.
Now!
Sid, please!
Sid! I'm here, and so's Torgo. Don't worry about us. You've been waiting for this. Go!
Sid!
Go!
Forgive me.
So one thing that is absolutely fantastic about this game is how it can just smoothly transition between cutscene and gameplay.
Where did he go?
Which is really cool. Hello.
I'm not here for you, Garuda!
A wall! Oh, I did forget something when I was away. I need energy meds. Ah! I've been sneezing myself to death for hours, and I was like, maybe I should go AFK and get allergy meds, and then I didn't. Because I am very smart.
You won't stop me, Garuda!
She's toying with me.
This Garuda is a bit stronger than the one in 14. Ah.
I found you.
Hello. There he is.
You called me! Why?
Oh no. Well, hi. It begins, it seems. Nope, those aren't the thing here. That was just some guy.
Where is he? Where is the Dominant?
That's not a break. What's happening? Come on, break. Okay, don't then. Thank you. Kind of weird beating her with her own power, but okay. Beep, bop, beep, beep, boop, beep, boop, bop. This. Cinematic time, I guess. Boop. Oh, a power struggle. Let's go. Or clash, I guess. -1 claw. Well, that's rude. She just fucking died. Okay. Kind of anticlimactic. I'm not buying this. Ooh, that's a lot of sharp fangs, though. That was a bit too easy. I'm not buying that that was the final boss of the chapter or something. Or whatever. Yep, there she is. Yeah, that figures.
You're nothing but a monster. And I will not let you stand in my way!
Yeah. The guy wasn't calling him. Yeah. Yeah, that figures. Oh, the poor guy is going to have to live with the fact that he killed his brother. Or maybe his brother never died. Who knows? That guy under that cape cowl thing looks awfully young. Yes, Soken. You couldn't help yourself, Soken, could you? Okay. Cool. Hi. Greetings. No, let's Garuda's team. With some other elements in there. Ooh. Roasted. But how about no? With the prelude going on, we have the main theme going on. There's lots of stuff in this. But we're not here to dissect the music. We're here to beat up Garuda's ass. Oh, this is so good. I wonder if Platinum made this part. It's very Platinum games. Go, Clive! Go! Yeah! Tail swipe. Very nice. That's not very nice of you. Oh wow. That's an animation right there. Ooh. Well. Bonk. Oh! This head is just shot after shot after shot! Ooh! I have a lot of damage. Damn! That was cool. Oh my god. That was fucking cool. That was so cool! Ah, lovely Fritz design.
Control it, Clive!
Look at the boy.
It is you, isn't it, Clive? Stop this! Now!
Yeah. Hi.
I said stop!
Well then. Yeah, that can't be nice on the health.
You're too nice is your problem. Bloody mess, this. Clive. The ghost you've been chasing, it was inside you all along. They'll be damned if I know what that means. Why? Why did you have to listen to him? Benner. This can't be what you wanted, can it?
Damn. Yo! Odin! Yo!
King is bold, or desperate.
Will you engage him personally, Your Highness?
Of course.
Dragoon!
Eagle's breath fill your wings.
Oh, no! Not Dragoon! Dragon! I love how Odin just comes with the horse. Is that Bahamut?
It's Bahamut!
Yep,
The prince is with us!
that's a design. That is... We're not skimping out on the flares, it seems. The
Reform
music
the
is
cohorts.
so good.
At once.
Your Highness.
Saboteurs.
Their attacks are frequent and widespread, even in the holy capital.
The capital? What of my father?
His
Is he...
radiance is safe. But he has ordered the city guard strengthened. We can expect no reinforcements.
That is of no matter. The Emperor's safety is paramount. I shall deal with our enemies here. All of them. It was me.
Uh-oh.
I killed Joshua.
Ah, you're awake. You're just full of surprises. First that trick with Garuda, then whatever the hell that other thing was. Didn't know you had it in you.
Do it.
Hey?
Kill me.
It was me. I killed him. I killed Joshua. I killed them all. I'm a monster. And I deserve to die. So end it. End it now. Please. Please. Ah! I reckon I can take you, if that's what you want. But first, I thought I'd give you the benefit of my timeless wisdom. It seems to me, you see, that since you're still breathing, you might as well make yourself useful. Get dressed. Pretty as you are, you're not my type. I'll see you in the hall.
Nice. Poor Clive though. Man. Yeah, I mean, we've known for a few hours. Poor Bean. Poor Clive. That is not good. That's not good if I've ever seen one.
What are you going to do now?
But who is the hooded person? Who this? New phone? Quest lock. Interesting.
May as well hear what he has to say.
Yeah, I mean, I wouldn't be happy either.
In there now, eh?
Listen, I didn't do anything wrong. I was kept in there for my own safety.
Make it quick. So, what'll it be?
Ooh. Hey, look, a weapon that's better than the one I already have. And I guess you can make it with the Garuda material.
No scratches, right?
Ding. And you can't upgrade it because it's unique, but that's fine.
That it? Fine.
Hey.
And what do you want? Go on then.
Oh, that would actually be better. Ooh. Interesting.
You'll not find a better price than that. Is that all?
Actually,
yes.
it's
What,
not all.
coin purse weighing you down?
Quite the opposite.
Come again. Or don't. I'm not much bothered either way.
Oh, I have new music.
Odin and Bahama had at it by all accounts.
What's this? Thirds is? You greedy pig.
Here, you, newcomer. Why don't you join me for a drink, hmm?
I'd been cast out and left for dead when Sid found me. There's not a day goes by.
Oh. I see. So we got a track that's just no music. Got it. They also called it Sound of Silence, which is funny. Hello, darkness, my old friend. I'm here to talk to you again. Whatever this is.
Finally crawled out of the crypt, eh? You look like it. Although I thank you for doing us the courtesy of covering up.
Don't.
Ah, still have a bit of fight left in you? Then listen. I've arranged a meeting with Gav. In case you've forgotten, you're the one he's been putting his nose to work for.
For nothing.
Just listen. While you've been relaxing in your cell, Gav's been busy sniffing out your dominance. And according to his last report, he's picked up the scent. Gav's gone to a fair bit of trouble for you. The least you can do is hear the poor bugger out. He's going to meet us at the King's Fall. Pack your stuff. We'll leave as soon as you're ready.
Any new quests? No. The game's very light on side quests around here. Interesting. Oh, so the infirmary is still locked. Girl's still half dead. I guess we can't go this way. She says no. Okay. Oh, I just realized the chains are borders. So this is all the same kingdom. This appears to be neutral territory because it doesn't have anything in it. Over here all seems to belong to this kingdom. I guess this might be a natural border then. That's a tiny kingdom. How did they survive? Damn. But yeah, so one thing that struck me as odd is so there appears to be 8 elements in this world. Because there's 8 primals, 8 icons is the name, the proper word. But there only appears to be 5 elemental crystals. I wonder what's up with the other 3 then. I mean, we have the crystal of fire, the crystal of water, crystal of ice, crystal of electricity or whatever, and the crystal of earth, I presume, is what this is. It might also just be a volcano. I don't know. Point being, there's a lot of crystals. There's way fewer crystals than there's elements, like notably. I mean, even 1 fear would be weird. That weapon does look good.
Not so long ago, this here was a thriving trade route. Then the blight came. The people left. And just like that, it was deserted. Making it the perfect little shortcut. Gab's waiting for us up ahead. Come on. Still feeling sorry for yourself?
Don't. Please.
Think about it, Clive. The rumours all point to... That was an Imperial signal. They shouldn't be here. The old fort's been abandoned for years. Our little chat can wait. I need to see what the bastards are up to. You go on ahead and meet up with Gab.
But we both know that...
No buts about it.
Don't feel good, boy.
Fetch!
This is stupid. I'm the dominant of fire. We sent Galv on a wild goose chase.
Did we now? Oh, nice! Spiders! I hope you don't have arachnophobia. Whoopsies. That was rhetoric. There wouldn't be anything I could do about it anyway, so... Okay. Hello? Hi! Random Minotaur.
Beastman.
Ah, crap. Wrong button. Got him. Ta-da! Got him.
Another perfect little shortcut, Sid. Straight to a nest of bloodthirsty beasts.
I mean, we are only getting at the end of cool fights, so... That wasn't cool.
Can't be much further now.
We did get it a few times. Maybe we are also not getting it because Clive's depressed, so... Let's like play into it. And dead. So last time we had one of those sections where it was super steep along a wall. Clive ran along it. Maybe because he is Sedge, he will now... Okay, no. His moveset did not change because of Sedge. He may be sad, but he's still competent. Okay. Hi.
Come on. Let me through.
Oh, come on. No, that's not a cool animation.
Not this time.
Minotaur animations are kind of bad, not gonna lie. But that I mean I haven't learned it yet. It's not actually bad, no worries. Up, 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 up. How did that not evade? Hey. Oh, but that did. Okay. Yeah. Come on. Come on, let me evade. Like, what the fuck? I feel like I need to replay the tutorial or something.
What is it, boy?
After him! Don't let him escape!
Uh-oh.
Gav! Who goes there? This one's a deserter! Take his head!
Out of my way.
You made your choice!
Come on. How do I switch targets? Nope, that's not how. Ah, that's how. Or not. You die. Thank you. Hi.
There he is! Don't let him escape! Kill the deserter!
That is the second dragoon. The third if we count the prince.
Clive, what's the situation?
You're late.
Gaff's in trouble!
What?
The Imperials are on his tail. We have to get to him before they do.
Understood. I'm here to even the odds. Any objections? I'll take the dragon. You take the dragoon.
Ha! I fucked up the evade. Come on. Nope. Ah, yeah, okay. I could have seen that coming.
Die, you bastards!
I think that hurt me more than it hurt him. Sorry, lads. Don't know how much help I'm gonna be here. Alright. One down, one to go.
Oh, he killed the dragon. Cool. Default Dragoon armor. Pretty standard Dragoon design. Ah, shit. Come on.
Bastards fly. But what goes up must come down.
Got him!
Bloody time waster. Come on, let's finish him off.
Bong! Night of the Dying Sun, slain. He dead. Oh, nice. What up? You sure did. And so did I. I get animation locked so much on this game.
Come on.
Shit!
Gav! Yo! Get fucked! Gav!
Give me your hand!
Help me! Help me! Help me, Clive!
I've got you.
He's okay. Let's go. Nice waterfall. Those guys are definitely dead. Like, you don't survive falling down that distance.
Clive doesn't have your nose, I said. He'd stumble off a cliff, I said.
Well, that's the trouble with a nose like mine. Can't help sticking it where it's not wanted. But if it wasn't for you two, my sniffing days would be over. Thank you. Truly.
So, what news?
Well, found out where your friend's heading for one thing.
Gav, I
Him and his mate are on their way to your old stomping ground, Rosaria. You should have seen what they did to the Imperials who tried to stop them. There's no question about it. He's a dominant fire, all right.
He can't be.
Clive, I saw you turn into an icon before my very eyes. And yes, there's a good chance it was you who killed the Phoenix. But we weren't alone, were we? There was the fellow you saw enter the whirlwind. I saw him too. You didn't dream it, Clive. He's out there.
But who is he?
That's the question.
Well, that's me. I don't bloody know.
He must know something about what happened.
But I do know one thing. You're gonna find him and find out. After all, you swore an oath.
What?
You swore you'd avenge your brother's death. That you'd never rest until you'd hunted down the man responsible. So, find out if this man's responsible and kill yourself if he's not.
Sid, I...
Don't thank me. Thank God.
Thank you, Gav.
Yeah, well, yeah.
I like Gav. He good. He very good. Good character. 10 out of 10. Who are you?
No birds returning this year.
The Deadlands have swallowed their roosts, like as not.
I am so sure that this guy is... So, who is this then? Like, I'm so sure this guy's Joshua. Because look at the part of the face we can see. This guy is in his early 20s. And Joshua's death has been 17 years ago. And he's been, like, a young child, yes, but he was able to, like, fully form sentences and fight to some extent. So he must have been around 7 to 9-ish, maybe even 10. So if this guy is in his early 20s, he would be on the money for the age of Joshua. But then who is this? Because the only other childhood friend character we know is currently almost dead in the infirmary in the hideaway. So who is that? Because she also looks really young.
We're running out of time.
Oh, look at the hair too. He's blonde.
We'll be in Rosaria in a day or two.
But who is she?
Back to where it all began.
Oh, reveal? Yes! I knew it!
He must be stopped.
Let's go. He didn't die, he got out. She must have, like, gotten him away from the battlefield.
Fire you was like a bleeding volcano.
Ever seen a volcano?
What? You think I'm having you on?
Clive! Your friend. She's awake.
Right.
Go to her, you fool. Right, you lot. Enough slacking. Goots, come with me. Gav, go and get those wounds seen to.
Oh, give it to me straight. How long have I got?
So?
All in good time. Let's make ourselves scarce.
Jill.
Yep.
Let's get this fixed before someone does it.
It's true then. It really is you.
It is.
Clive!
Aww.
You're alive.
So are you. I still can't believe it. Are your wounds healed?
Yes. Talia told me what happened. You saved my life.
After nearly taking it, I had no idea. Forgive me, but how did you ever come to be there, Jill? Fighting for them.
The Iron Blood. They invaded not long after the news arrived about Phoenix Gate. Rosaria had lost her leaders. The Duchy was in chaos. The Iron Kingdom saw our weakness and pounced upon it. They killed the men and captured the women.
And took you back to Ironhome.
I thought they meant to have their fun with me before the end. But the end never came. My powers awoke, and everything changed. It all happened so fast.
We were told that the Iron Blood had captured a dominant and planned to bring her on their latest crusade.
They gave me a choice. To fight for them on the battlefield, or see my countrywomen slaughtered.
And they call us dominants.
What? What happened, Clive? What happened at Phoenix Gate?
It was me. I killed Joshua.
But you didn't.
No, that's not true. I know you. You wouldn't do that.
It's the truth. I changed into him again, not long ago. The second icon of fire. The one responsible.
Clive.
When I think back to that night... The hooded man, he spoke to me. What did he say?
XVI.
We have found you. What did he mean?
Clive, we should go back there, to Phoenix Gate. I need to know what really happened, and so do you. You need to know for certain. And if what you told me is true, and you did what you said you did...
I mean, she can fight. She is a dominant.
Then we will face it together.
Jill,
Hmm.
All right.
You'll be needing a change of clothes then. Out you go, your lordship. We wouldn't want you getting overexcited.
Sorry.
I'll see you soon then, Clive.
I guess word about his last name got round.
I should be ready too. We've a long journey ahead of us.
This game is fantastic. I can't.
I'll come down as soon as I've got changed, Clive. I thought I told you to make yourself scarce. Your friend needs to get dressed.
All right. Relax, lady. Hello. Good for you. Man. See, this is why I love Final Fantasy. Because you just kind of, you start the game and you're like, wow.
Ah, Clive.
And then it never stops.
I trust you're settling in?
Gradually getting used to the place.
I'm glad to hear it. I was hoping you might be persuaded to come to my aid once more. Your services will be rewarded, of course.
I don't doubt it. Seems to be the way around here.
We strive to be better than those we once served. Now, as to the task itself, I am once again in need of a pair of hands to deliver sustenance to our esteemed companions. I have 3 meals for 3 industrious souls. What say you?
I'd be happy to help.
I'd be happy to help.
Marvelous. The 3 individuals you'll be seeking out are busying themselves about the hideaway. You'll find one by the entrance, another in the bunks, and the other guarding the cells. Thank you once again, Clive.
Isn't the Moogle funny?
We're looking at half a dozen.
I wonder what it's trying to say.
Moogle!
They even have a Moogle. I've never seen one in the flesh.
Well, yeah, man. So drink it in, Cooper.
I'm sure it said in my father's bestiary that they live deep in the forest. And that they never reveal themselves to humans.
That's his stuff. You just noticed that Nectar of Old is no ordinary Moogle.
Clive.
You understand Moogle tongue?
So it would seem.
Finally! Cooper? I've been trying to talk to these people ever since my wind's carrying me here, but none of them understand a word I say. The text is too fast.
Painful.
But now you're here. My pulp is safe at last. You can hear me. You can actually hear me, Cooper. Moogle! I love Moogles. They are so cute.
Oh, what I wouldn't give for some wild mickleberries.
Hello.
Can I help you? Kenneth sent me.
Have meal. Cooper? Cooper.
Ah, wonderful. Do you hear that? Our food has arrived. Does your appetite still elude you?
Is he sick?
I'm afraid so. Those no longer in need of a Physica's immediate ministrations are sent here for further rest. I tend to those who cannot tend to themselves, which leaves me very little time for anything else. Happily, Kenneth sees that I stay fed. I would be lost without the kindness of good people like him and yourself. Thank you. Come, you must eat if you're to recover.
I hate to be a burden.
but thank you.
Back so soon? Fancied another kip in the cells, did you?
Kenneth sent me. He thought you might be hungry.
He wasn't wrong. The way my gut's been growling, I'd have curls running scared.
Guard duty down here can't be much fun.
It's not. But sometimes folk need locking up, and someone has to watch over them. I help people sleep at night, and that's not a boast many can make. You keep yourself on the right side of these bars now, you hear me?
Oh my god, they have burbs!
Ooh, something smells good. For me, I hope.
It is. Courtesy of Kenneth.
What's the point of this menu? Like, Square Enix, why is this menu? Square, why?
Oh, my thanks. These birds are needy creatures. They don't like me running after the fat chocobo behind their backs.
They must keep you busy.
There's never a moment's rest. Probably for the best I eat down here, reeking of the staples as I do. I'd only put people off their food. And who has time to wash and dress for dinner when they've got little darlings like these to wait upon, eh? Anyway, thanks for the food, and be sure to give Kenneth my regards.
I think that's everyone. I better let Kenneth know.
We just don't have enough teams to follow every lead.
No. Ah, you're back. All done? Wonderful. Here, your reward, as promised.
The hideaway's quite something. Everyone has their place.
A fact we are proud of, believe me. I'm glad you've witnessed it for yourself. You have your place too, of course, as you have just so capably proven, and you will always have a place with us, should you desire it.
It's kind of you to say so.
It is the truth, and not a soul among us would deny it.
Among
Look forward
us.
to all that you will bring to our little community.
Hold on. I need to take care of a copyright thing on YouTube for a second. Apparently, the finale of the Leighton and the Miracle Mask playthrough got claimed by Content ID. How nice. Hello. That's incorrect. I would like to... Now I would like to... Man! Ah... Ah, fuck it. I'm just gonna mute the segment. It's just the ending credits. Screw it. So the ending credits of Professor Layton and the Mask of Wonders has an album version. And UMG has that version of the song set to be automatically blocked from being watched on YouTube when it's uploaded. So all I need to do is just mute the 5 minutes of ending segment. And then it's fine.
You! Newcomer! I need help.
What's the matter?
Unfortunately, YouTube has no option to tell them that the copyright claim is incorrect. That is not a button. Because I didn't actually use the album version of the song. I used a different version of the song, but I can't do that. I can't tell them. Twitch actually has that option, because Twitch is a lot less confident in their content ID system actually working correctly, apparently. Which is kind of funny.
It's my assistant. She left to gather soil, and I've seen nothing of her since.
I know.
I cannot concentrate one whit for fear of what might have happened. Please, I beg of you, will you go and check? I have to know.
Sure.
All right, I'll go.
Marvelous. Thank you. You'll be rewarded for your time, of course.
Whereabouts is she?
Gotan's Bales. It's on the outskirts of Lostwig. Not the safest place for an unaccompanied bearer, perhaps, but the soil there is second to none. Now go, and do not linger. Why, it may already be too late.
Although one thing they did, which is at least somewhat nice, right? When your content gets claimed, you usually only had the option to fight the claim by having to wait for.
Told Kenneth I was hankering after some eggs. Oh,
I'm struggling with words. You could fight the copyright claim, and you would have to wait 30 days for the copyright holder to log into Content ID and look at your reply.
Someone's in trouble.
Oh, Stratus.
It's over.
And so what they did now is instead of doing the regular version, which is press the button, write your reason why you didn't violate copyright, and then wait 30 days, which usually was actually a very safe option, Because copyright holders never check these. They just don't. You can now choose a different option, which is to actively fight the copyright claim, which will actually notify the copyright holder that you think you haven't violated copyright. However, this option, if you pick it, gives the option for the copyright holder to turn the content ID claim into an actual DMCA strike against you, which would then create a strike on your account, which just getting content ID doesn't.
Are you hurt?
It would have been worse if you hadn't come.
Yeah.
Wait, I've seen you around the hideaway. You're new, aren't you?
I'm Clive.
And I'm Martel. But what are you doing here?
Looking for you. This is no place for a bearer on her own.
I noticed that. But this soil's not going to collect itself.
Then what if I gathered it for you? You could head back to the hideaway. Just exactly what sort of dirt is it that you need?
What I need is soil. But I'd be a fool to refuse your help after what just happened. It's the good stuff you're looking for. Dark, rich, fragrant. You'll know it when you find it.
Dark, rich, and fragrant. Right. Well, you should hurry back. Bohemil seemed worried enough that he might come looking for you himself.
That seems unlikely, but I won't argue with you. Thanks.
So yeah, that option is nice. It will,
There's certainly enough of it here. But is it dark, rich, and fragrant?
It will only get, it will only give the copyright holder 7 days to reply until you automatically win, basically. And the video is unblocked. And can no longer be claimed, actually. But, it also, like, alerts them to your video and gives them the option to place a strike on your channel. Which it explicitly warns you about. Which is nice. But at least I like the option. So if you get actually claimed for the completely wrong song, in this case I decided not to fight it because it was the same song, just a different version, so I probably would have lost. But if I got, for instance, got claimed for a completely different piece of music, you could expedite the process by using that option, because they would then be able to see that it is in fact not that song, and be like, whoops. But yeah, content ID isn't perfect, but it is near perfect. It is very good. Content ID works really well, all things considered. And in the copyright hellscape we find ourselves in, it is actually a really good option. Like, look, I'm not saying the copyright system, the way it works right now on YouTube, is good. Because it is not. It is very creator hostile. And basically just stumps creativity. And I don't stand for that. I don't like that. But here's the thing. YouTube didn't come up with it. And compared to the actual legislation around copyright, what YouTube has going on is actually rather lax. It's a rather lenient system. Because the alternative would be being subject to copyright law directly. The Content ID system allows YouTube to act as what is called an arbiter for copyright law, namely, and most importantly, the DMCA, the Digital Millennium Copyright Act of the United States, and kind of gives YouTube the right to judge copyright cases in place of an actual judge and jury. And by virtue of that, you only get your video removed and not sued into oblivion by big music. Which is preferable. If that's the two options you have. Obviously, the system still had to be rather restrictive, or otherwise the music labels would have never agreed to arbitration through Content ID. Because that's the thing, Content ID only exists in the way it does because that's the only way YouTube was able to get the music industry to agree on accepting it as arbitration. Because if they didn't, it wouldn't be valid. Arbitration always has to be prefaced by agreement on part of the party that whose rights got violated. So, or the party who claims their rights got violated. I should put it this way. So this also goes, by the way, for I bet you know the TV show Richterin Barbara Salisch. And similar TV programming, which exists basically in every country that has arbitration laws.
Can you see I'm busy here? I'm saying for you, dear. Should last you a good while.
Oh, that's nice. Can I upgrade it though?
Not bad, if I do say so myself.
I can upgrade it. Oh, good.
You can thank me later. Not my best work, but it'll do. Yeah, that should do you.
Nice. I'm kind of sad I got to replace Stormcry so quickly. But maybe the purple weapons still do something cool if you have all of them or something. But yeah, so comparable programming to that show in America, due to the existence of arbitration clauses in contract law, actually are real court cases in the sense of the verdict reached in the TV show actually is valid. It's not just for show in America. If you agree to arbitration through the TV show, you accept that whatever verdict is reached in the show's runtime is the verdict that you have to follow, that you have to abide. Which is weird. It's a weird concept.
There you are. And? All safe and sound?
Well, yes, she's standing right there.
Not the girl. The soil. Did you bring it?
Yes. Here.
Vineyard soil sample.
Glorious! When Martel came home empty-handed, I almost had a fit. But with this, my research can continue. First and foremost come the measurements. I must know how much ether each sample contains. From there...
Wait, so you were never...
Worried about me? Sorry to disappoint you, but the only thing he worries about is his research.
But that's...
That's all right. It's just how he is. And if it wasn't for him, we wouldn't be growing anything in these ruins. It's a small price to pay. Although, you shouldn't have to pay it too. Did he even offer you anything for helping? Ugh. Here. I know it's not much, but it's something, at least. I wish I could offer you some fruit too, but you're not likely to thank me if I do. Still, We'll grow something worth eating one of these days, and when we do, you'll have first pick.
Woo! Nice! Oh my god, that's a lot of that stuff. I already crafted everything. I already have best gear. What do you mean? But yeah, like, I'm kind of sad that the weapon I crafted with the Garuda material has already been replaced by a different weapon. Because Stormcry has 335 and the upgraded Gaia Blade has 160, which is kind of sad. Also, I would love to make this. Can I not make a gold work sash? I don't have enough steel silk.
Fancy a mug of Kenneth's coldest when we're done?
I don't gather I can buy this anywhere,
What do you
can I?
want?
To save her.
Good decision. You've got a lot.
I know.
Now.
I could have bought a Gaia Blade. That's interesting. I can buy one of the sashes. That's interesting. That is neat. And this thing, which empowers Rook's Gambit. I don't know why I wanted that, but sure.
You're rubbing me blind, you know. It'd better all be here. You're rubbing me blind, you know.
Gildog.
You got out else?
Crafting. Not so far, though.
Off you go, then. And best of luck.
I should probably say thank you to Gav, too.
Oh, there was a story cutscene that I skipped through.
I'm busy here. What do you want?
Whoopsie. So could upgrade it if I had one.
That it?
Oh, I can do that. Okay, let's go here.
And what do you want? Go on, then.
Buy a goldwork sash.
You'll not find a better price than that.
Go over to the man.
Make it quick. So will it be.
Reinforce it.
You can thank me later.
To +2.
Yeah, that should do you.
Iron braces. Yep, those are not better than what I already got. Goldwork sash. Yep. It's precisely what I have equipped, and Gaia Blade +2 is also precisely what I have equipped.
Anything else?
That happened? What happened? Gav!
So your mind's made up, is it?
We'll be leaving for Rosaria as soon as we're able.
Back down memory lane, eh? Rosaria ain't what she used to be, Clive. Not since the Imperials moved in. First sign of trouble, you make straight for Martha's Rest and ask for the landlady. She's a friend of the cause. Tell her you're with Sid, and she'll help you out.
Understood. Thank you, Gav.
Yeah.
I'd be lost without you.
Yeah, I'm just doing my job. No need to make such a fuss. You take care, alright? Oh, I'm crap at goodbyes. Where's Sid when you need him?
Give him my regards when he gets back.
I will.
There she is.
Sorry to keep you waiting.
Ready, my lady?
Ready.
Can we take a bird? I want a bird. Give me bird. You bird. I just realized this delta looks like a claw print. And all of these crystals are called dragons something. Come to think of it, the islands are also vaguely dragon-shaped. Whee! Well, next part of the open world it is. That is so pretty.
Rosaria. It's been 13 years.
But this breeze, the smell of the grass, it's just as I remember it.
You haven't been back either.
I couldn't. Brand did keep a close watch on each other in the Imperial Army. You'd get beheaded just for knowing a deserter. The only way out was on a mission.
I see.
But mostly I was afraid. Afraid to go back.
I know.
But I'm here now. Thanks to you.
Whoa. Imperial province of Rosaria. No, I like it. Oh shit, his mom is going to be here. Isn't she? That's gonna be a family reunion.
That inn at the top of the hill must be Martha's Rest. Gav said the landlady's a friend.
But can we say the same for her patrons?
Imperials don't tend to take well to those with my mark. If anyone asks, I'm a branded soldier, sworn to protect my noble mistress.
Look at the fuse on this.
Well, hello.
That's enough.
Hey! Sharp fangs, though. Same as before. But there's a quest here. Chocobo.
They never finished building the bridge then.
After what happened at Phoenix Gate, it didn't seem the highest priority.
Oi! Stop and give me an hand.
I will.
Here, you couldn't give me an hand, could you? Typical. A bloody bearer. And just when I thought my luck had changed. Still, better a crumb of crystal than an empty hand, I suppose. Though it pains me to use another man's branded. Here, you understand me, don't you? I need your help. These blasted birds must have caught a whiff of my cargo, and now they've got me surrounded. And it was running late as it was. I've got something special needs delivering before the rest, but I dare not leave my cart untended. You couldn't run it up to Martha's Rest for me, could you? Needs to get there quick, mind.
Might as well.
Fine.
That's the spirit. All right. Here. You hand that to the stable master and no one else. I'm owed a little something for it. If he gives it to you, pass it along to your master by way of thanks. Be off with you then, and don't go taking any detours on the way.
Okay, time to take a detour on the way. Ooh. Well, hello.
Where do they all come from?
Yeah, I guess getting the Hornet down is a better strategy. Than trying to get Clive up. Alright then, Alright then. Sounds good to me, Jill. I do want the XP. Because everything here is higher level than me at the moment. That tells me I need to get more experience. Hello. Ooh. Those appear to be rare materials. How nice. Oh, more of those. Oh, no. I should switch to quickly.
Excellent. Another fight.
Phoenix.
Stay down. It's over.
Ta-da! Come on. Yay. Oh, hello. Look. It's one of those! So many people made fun of the designs being so similar between the two games. But honestly, I appreciate the familiarity of it all.
Too slow. Not this time. Not this time.
As it makes sense. The people who made this game quite literally made Heavensward. It's the same team. So them being similar games makes perfect sense in my opinion. But instead of just comparing and pointing out the similarities, I think it's more important to appreciate all the differences between the games. Because to do otherwise would be to imply that the developers are only capable of making the one game, which would be very rude.
Martha's Rest.
Well, hello.
Are you the stable master? I was asked to deliver this to you.
This is for me, right enough. Not sure what some bearer's doing bringing it to me, though. Where's that fool of a peddler got to?
He couldn't come himself. His cart's surrounded by wild chocobos.
Huh. Sounds about right. I'll have it full of Gizal greens, no doubt. Crammed with him, if I know him.
Gizal greens?
Chocobos go mad for them, don't they? And if you forget to seal the cart up tight, the smell gets out, and birds come running from miles around. Don't get me wrong. They're a fine investment for a savvy merchant, especially around these parts. But you can't get greedy. as our mutual friend is learning the hard way. Still, I got my wares, and that's all that matters. Be sure to pass your master my regards.
Nice. Okay, let's go this way. Oh. Nice. Very cool. And some more clamshells.
Stay down!
I love when grinding feels rewarding. Like, you just kill a few enemies and then you level up. It's so good.
Good girl.
I want chocobos.
Barely empty.
I wonder if Martha is as friendly as Gav claims.
Let's go and find out, shall we?
Which staff was for the Golden Stables again?
Chest.
Any goods to Eastpool, leave them in the pod. Take them over when the bridge is back.
We've got war with Waloed on the eastern border, I hear. Icons and all. Do you like that? Oh, there's plenty more of that.
Chocobo. Undressing greens of Giza. The swift... the following cheatery will be repaid with a swift boot to the ass. Ha! Nice. Hello, Martha.
Excuse me. Would you happen to be the landlady?
Depends who's asking, and why they have an Imperial bearer with them.
For protection, which hopefully won't be needed. If you can advise me on the safest route to the west.
It's your friend here I'd be worried about. Bearers don't have an easy time of it in Rose area. Even a strapping lad like him might attract the wrong kind of attention. And if he gets nabbed, it ain't likely to end well for you either.
Then we'll just have to stay out of the malicious way. Gav said he might be able to help us.
Follow me. Sorry for before. Can't be too wary of strangers asking questions in our game. I'm Martha, an old friend of Sid's. He said he had high hopes for a bearer who joined recently. I expect that's you. So, where is it you're headed?
For Phoenix Gate. We have questions that need answering.
Is that so? Well, if you want to avoid the garrison, the road through Eastpool's your best bet. Or it would be, if the bridge hadn't collapsed. A right bloomin' nuisance it is. We've had no trade with the village for weeks. I did ask our carpenter to take a look at it. But he went out on another job, and he hasn't come back.
Do you think something might have happened to him?
Fingers crossed he's just taking his time. The alternative don't bear thinking about.
We'll find him. And make sure he's safe. We both need that bridge repaired. Your carpenter sounds like the man to do it.
I see why Sid's got such a soft spot for you. If you could, I'd be in your debt.
I love these accents. They're so good.
You said that he went out on a job?
Right. He went down into the marshes to check on another bridge. The one by the Fallen Gate.
The marshes were dangerous at the best of times. We should hurry.
There's a ladder to the side of the gate. That's the quickest way down, if you've a head for heights. His name is Bernard. Should you find him well, tell him Martha sent you, and that he's wanted at the bridge to Eastpool.
To the marshes, then. Let's find that ladder.
It was good, honest work building the aqueduct.
Very good to Eastpool.
Here's the gate. And that must be the ladder.
Up, down we go.
I don't care what your orders are, Brad.
Get away from me!
What was that?
It came from under the bridge. Come on.
Well, hello.
There he is.
Hold on, we're coming.
Oh wow. Yeah, we've had a few rainstorms earlier. Guess they finally reached you, huh?
You're finished!
Ta-da!
Thank you, my lady. You saved my life.
Not at all. You're Bernard the carpenter, yes?
I am. I didn't realize my name was known so widely.
I'm a friend of Martha's. She asked us to come and find you.
Well, I'm very grateful for it. I just finished checking these piles when I turn around. I see a gang of slavering monsters looking to feast on my flesh. If you hadn't come when you did, I'd have been snipped into strips by now.
We're just glad you're safe.
Why, I best go and give my regards to the landlady then, eh?
Actually, she asked that if we found you, we should beg you make haste to repair the bridge to Eastpool.
Of course. I said I'd take a look at it, but it clean slipped my mind.
Yeah, I know about where you live, but still, it's like... My mother, when she sent me a message earlier, was like, hey, is the rainstorm in your city yet? And then I was like, yeah, it's here. And now apparently it made its way to your area. You know how it is. Weather tends to travel. You've been on this planet long enough to understand weather, I presume?
The trusses are still sturdy. It's just a matter of replacing the stringers and relining the deck. I'll have it done in no time.
Thank you, Bernard. We were hoping to take the road to Eastpool ourselves. We're very grateful for your help. And sorry for asking this of you after what you've been through.
I owe you my life. Fixing a bridge is the least I can do. Thank you, my lady. And you too, son. You're with Sid, ain't ya? Me and him, we go way back. Not as far as Martha, mind, but far enough.
I see.
Well, I best get cracking then. You go and let Martha know I'm all right, and she'll have her bridge back soon enough.
We will.
bridge will be fixed when it's fixed, alright?
Yeah. Sometimes you don't get lucky. And sometimes just everyone gets in.
I hear the levies are due to go.
It always looks so menacing on weather maps when you have like a proper front
Being equal, if that's all the crystal they
just traveling west to east, hitting the entire length of the country. Hey, Martha.
Ah, you're back. What happened? Did you find Bernard?
We did. He's fine, and he'll have the bridge to Eastpool repaired soon.
Well, thank the Founder for that.
It was lucky we found him when we did. The creatures out there are not to be trifled with.
It's the Blight's fault. They'd nothing to eat in the north, so they come down here hunting for food. He can't keep going out alone. I'll have to arrange a guard for him. But anyway, thank you. I don't have a lot to offer in return, but you're welcome to rest here until the repairs are finished.
We'd be delighted.
We don't know a lot about it, but it seems that for some unknown reason, the land is dying.
Can I get you a drink or anything while you wait? Flagon of Imperial Gold, perhaps? Tastes like swill, but it'll slake a thirst.
No, thank you. I prefer the truth about why there are so few bearers around here.
Yes. There were more of them when we were young. Far more.
Is this the Empire's doing? Have they been sent away?
They have, aye. Either to the Legions or Oriflamme. Seems the miners at Drake's Head are having a hard time keeping up with demand of late, so the bearers make up the shortfall. Time was they used to dole out crystals like sugar plums even down here in the provinces, but not anymore. Nowadays, they'll jump at any excuse to confiscate our bearers so they can be put to work elsewhere. I always knew the Empire treated their branded like shit, but after seeing it with my own eyes, well...
Ah, Thea! Congratulations on the new arrival. And you got the little laddie with you?
It was a bearer. The boy I carried for 9 long moons. A bloody bearer.
Oh, you poor thing. You gave it to the constables then?
Just left it at the garrison, aye. Let them deal with it. Couldn't wait to be rid of the blasted thing. Been wanting it gone since the moment I found out.
Well, it's all dealt with now. So no harm done, eh?
Mum, you weren't my brother, was he?
No. But you'll have one soon enough. You just have to be patient. All right?
All right.
Unbelievable, innit? Bearers may have been looked down on back in Archduke Elwin's day, but they were still human beings. Now they've fallen so far, a beggar wouldn't spit on them. Since you're not drinking, do me a favour and take that to the Abbey. There's a darkness at the heart of this world, and I'd have you see it.
And we'll see it at an abbey?
Glademond Abbey, on the shore of Sorrowwise Bay. The abbot there is a friend. Tell him Martha sent you, and he'll show you what I mean.
Understood.
Hey, hey, hey. Man, heavy themes in this game.
How do?
Can't believe it, I can't afford shit. What is this?
Is that everything? I wanted one of those. That all, is it?
That is all. There's only shop here, it seems. Oh, that way it is.
Fresh cuts, get your fresh cuts in.
Elevator! I love working elevators in video games. Also,
Knew that children were tested, that a bearer's fate was decided at birth.
And assumed it was best for all concerned. I know. But for a child to be blamed, to be hated by its parents through no fault of its own.
We knew nothing of what it meant to be born that way, did we?
No.
So, it doesn't appear to be an illness, per se. At least not one affecting the creatures. Because the way it's told, the land dies first, then the plants, because they can no longer grow in the soil, and then the animals, because they have nothing to eat. Herbivores first, predators after. Megalo crab! Crabby. So it might still be an illness, but not one of the creatures, but one of the land. Because it appears that magic also stops working in blighted areas. But there was some line earlier where Sid apparently told someone else that the land isn't dying, it just forgot its shape. And it would eventually recover. Barring enough time to do so.
No holding back.
I keep getting confused with the buttons. With the keybinds. Oh wow, that's a desperation move. Like, properly. Ow. You can't stagger it while it does that. That's annoying. Got him. And down. Ta-da! More clamshells. Clams. Got him.
There's the
Bad.
Abbey. What darkness awaits us within, I wonder.
Let's go and see.
It's over.
Oh, nice. Good boy, Tora. Good boy. I don't feel like fighting plants right now. The Abbey! We've reached it.
Good day to you. I'm afraid the Abbey is not open for public prayer. May Griga go with you?
We came to offer a donation. From Martha.
I see. Then please, follow me.
I don't want to die. Please, Father. Something for the pain. I beg you. The light, it fades. I don't want to die alone.
It's all right. I'm here.
Who are these people?
Martha's bearers. She entrusted them to my care, that I might ease their suffering. To the extent that I can, for the time they have left.
The curse has taken them. All of them.
As it does every bearer forced to use their gift. With each draw on the ether, their bodies petrify, till all that remains is stone and pain, and so they are cast aside. There is nothing either Martha or I can do to change that, but we can at least strive to make their final hours a little more bearable.
Awesome.
Have faith, my son, for you shall rise again and find the happiness denied you in this life.
Thank you, Father.
Well.
I must offer you my own thanks for the medicine you so kindly brought. Now, their final moments may be moments of peace.
So we basically brought him painkillers.
When next you see
Or
Martha, pray tell her that two
alternatively
more
poison.
have succumbed.
Depending on how advanced medicine is in this world.
We should get back to Martha's Rest.
Yes, we should.
There's the only two options. If petrification is incredibly painful, we either just brought them poison so they may die faster, or we brought them basically just opium. Lots of opium to ease the pain while they petrify.
Thank you for bringing us the physic. Would that we were not so reliant on Martha's kindness.
Okay, physics, so it's medicine.
Prayer to a god that is not their own.
Got it. So that's the deal then. It was medicine. So I assume we just brought them really strong painkillers, like opium. Opium is surprisingly easy to make if you have poppy seeds in the right from the right strand of poppies. Like, opium has been a painkiller for quite a while before it was distilled.
Ah, you're back. Thanks for taking care of that.
The abbot had a message for you. 2 more have succumbed.
I see. Come upstairs. So, now you know, eh?
I've seen plenty of bearers die on the battlefield. But never like that.
And all because they were born different. The powers that be can't take away their gift, so they strip them of their humanity instead. Oh, there's plenty who pity a bearer's plight. But so long as we're content to sit around, weeping for those on whose broken backs we're carried, we ain't gonna change nothing.
And so you lend Sid your strength?
What little of it I have. Used profits from this place to buy the poor buggers.
So when the abbot told us the bearers were yours...
Aye, they're my property, at least by law. Any still fit to work fetch a price beyond my means. All I can do is care for those who are past mending. But it's not all doom and gloom. Bernard's finished fixing that bridge for you. You can carry on to Eastpool now. You got questions that need answering, ain't you? Well, I wish you luck.
Yeah.
Thank you, Martha.
Oh, I almost forgot. Sid and I have other friends in Rosaria. Wear this and they'll know you for one of us. And know that you will always be welcome here. You were right, Sid. It really is them. Lord Rosfield and Lady Warwick have come back to us. And long may they stay.
Sid.
Ah, Clive. You're not where I left you.
Hurt your hand.
I did, aye. With 1,000 little lightning bolts. Can't fling them around the way I used to. Think of it as my decoration for long service and exemplary misconduct. But you didn't come here to compare war wounds.
We didn't.
Thank you, Sid. For everything.
If you want to leave, that's your lookout. I'm sure you'll have a long and happy life together if you stay out of my way.
Sid!
Oh. I knew a girl, back in the day. She was a slave to her fate, just like you. I wanted to save her. For a while, I even thought I could. But just because you think something doesn't make it true.
Sid.
I'm no savior. Just a conceited old fool. I talk about people forging their own futures. But instead of handing them the hammer, I beat them with my own. And if no bugger wants to listen to what you've got to say, you might as well keep your gob shut. But Clive, I will say this. You're not a monster. You're the same man you've always been. Accept that, and you may yet escape your fate.
My fate?
Look, lad, you've had a hard life. And I don't see it getting much easier. You might not be able to save anyone else, but at the very least, you can save yourself.
I'll try.
And Jill, I'm sorry we didn't get a chance to talk, but I trust you'll take good care of the boy.
Yes, I will.
Is that the last of it?
Aye.
We'd best head back then. Wouldn't want to keep Nan waiting. Ta-ra then.
I hear the levies are due to go.
Ah, the slumbering chocobo. Welcome to the Brotherhood. You're free to come and go as you please, even to the north, now the bridge is fixed.
Oh, there we go then.
Don't you worry about them boards. I use good solid lumber. It's the beasts on the other side you want to be careful of.
Martha said the blight had spread even further south, pushing yet more monsters down with it. I dare say we'll be seeing a few along the way.
Then we shall have to keep our wits about us.
Company.
Order! Ooh. Hello. What are you?
It's the same as the one back at the hideaway. Doesn't seem to be working, though.
Huh.
You there! Over here! Excuse me, I'll use that blade of yours. Ugh, curse my luck. I'm branded. No time to haggle with whoever holds your leash. Wait. That's the slumbering chocobo you're wearing. You and the Marfords, are you? Good. She won't begrudge me the use of you, then. Not while there's wolves about. We tried dealing with them ourselves. Laid out bait, think we might swoop in and slaughter the lot. But we didn't expect the pack to be quite so bloody big.
I expect the blight drove them here. They must have fled their homes for greener pastures.
We'd hoped empty bellies might make them easy prey, but it made them mean instead. Martha's no fool, so she must see something in you. Do us a favor and get rid of them, will you?
Aye.
All right. I suppose those wolves pose a threat to everyone.
Aye, that's what I'm talking about. I'd wager the greedy bastards are still over yonder, finishing off our bait. When you've seen to every last one of them, go and speak to my friend over the bridge. Bryce, his name is. He'll want to know if it's safe to come across. All right, off you go then.
Look hungry, all right. Hungry and mean. That's enough.
Get him.
Gotta find this Bryce and let him know the road's safe.
Oh, that way. This way it is. Whee!
Wonder how long that bait will last.
You, Bryce?
What's it to you, bearer?
Your friend asked me to get rid of the wolves, so I got rid of the wolves.
You'd have me believe a single bearer slew the entire pack. Then again, if you didn't, you wouldn't be on this side of the bridge. Bugger me, you're a tough one, aren't you? Oh, Frederick! You wily bastard. I'd never thought to pit beast against beast like that. You served us well, bearer. Be sure to pass our thanks to your master.
This is giving me Skyrim
windmills.
vibes.
That must be Eastpool.
Just from the environment design.
I remember coming here with Lord Murdoch when I was young. This area seemed a very different place back then.
Black FF1 Black Mage scarecrows. Very cute. Thought I could sneak that reference past me. Nuh-uh. Not happening. You've made it to Eastpool.
quiet, isn't it?
Yes.
You're Clive Rossfield.
I am.
It's me, Hannah, Rodney Murdoch's wife.
Lady Hannah.
Oh, I knew it was you. You haven't changed at all. The Lord Marquis and Jill too. It's so good to see you both again.
It's good to see you too, Lady Hannah.
If you have time, you simply must come back to the house. I haven't much to offer, but what is mine is yours.
We should be delighted.
And you have been wandering the world ever since. I can well understand fleeing from those iron blood brutes, but oh, to take to the road at such a tender age.
It wasn't easy, but we survived, and
now we're back. It's wonderful to see you safe and well, Lady Hannah. Do you think you will stay here, in Eastpool? Rosalith still enjoys the Mother Crystal's blessing, does it not? You could always move.
This house holds a lot of memories for me. So long as I can live here in peace, here I shall stay. Not that it matters. The capital is closed to civilians, by order of the Duchess. Or should I say, Her Imperial Majesty. Annabella's marriage to the Emperor of Sambrec heralded a great many changes here.
yes, of course.
Oh, forgive me. I didn't mean to...
Please, there is nothing to forgive. Would my mother not make an exception for you and your husband? Surely she would not refuse the Lord Commander.
You haven't heard, then. Rodney passed away on the night of the fire. He never returned from Phoenix Gate.
I'm sorry.
Clive.
My poor child. You look pale. All this traveling must have taken its toll. I insist you rest. We can talk later. Hmm?
Are you sure you don't want to sleep inside?
I can't. Not after what I did.
Lady Hannah said she would prepare a change of clothes for you in the morning. She really has been very kind.
"13 years of killing.
13 years without the faintest glimmer of hope. It was only Joshua that kept me going. I swore that I would avenge his death. That I would kill his killer. That was the only thing that gave my life any meaning. But if it was me who killed Joshua and Murdoch and all the others, then why the hell am I still breathing?
I ask myself the same. When I fought, hundreds died. There were so many bodies, so many lives cut short in their prime. That day in Dalmekia, I wanted to join them. I wanted it all to end.
She did say finally when we dealt the killing blow.
I couldn't bear it anymore. If living meant being that, better to be just another body.
I'm sorry.
Do you remember that night on the balcony? When we looked up at the moon? I said a prayer to Metia, and that prayer was answered. You came back to me. The heavens must have a plan for us. We should get some rest.
Right.
Good night, Clive. Sleep well.
Tara!
Thank you, Lady Hannah. Perhaps now people will not flee at the sight of me.
You look just like Elwyn did when he was your age.
How did you come to have some of my father's old clothes?
Oh, before Elwyn became Archduke, our families would often summer together. He and Rodney were like brothers. These clothes have been in a wardrobe for years, collecting cobwebs along with everything else.
Oh, he looks good.
Well, I'm very grateful for them. And sorry for depriving you of your memories.
Not at all. It's what your father would have wanted.
They suit you well. Thank you, Lady Hannah.
Yes, thank you. You've been most kind.
No, I should thank you. It may only have been for a short while, but seeing you again took me back to happier times. Fare you well, my lord and lady.
And you, Lady Hannah.
Ooh!
If we follow the road to the north, it should take us all the way to Phoenix Gate. Let's go.
Okay, I just got dropped some items, damn. And they are good. Oh, there's a shop here.
If you're buying, I'm selling.
I am buying. These orchestrion scrolls are so
Safe travels.
expensive. Man. Up, on we go. Oh, we have a teleporter here. There's quests all over. Oh, that opens the... Oh, that's cool. Ding. Oh, and shows me if there's any side quests anywhere. That's awesome.
Oh, nice cloak.
Thank you. I like it too. So the redstone can do stage replay of the battle stages and arcade mode fights. Oh, Garuda's design is so good. Holy shit. I should save. I haven't saved in a while. There we go. Save.
I see I'm busy here. What's that for you, dear?
I can still not craft anything I don't have already.
That it?
Nice.
Fine.
Hey, Gav.
Kenneth is a miracle worker. And his dishes taste.
I want to see if we maybe can find something out about the blight when we talk to the old man.
So many uses. And how might this old soul... If you have a question for me, I should be happy to answer it.
Mysteries of the Realm. It seems no. There's no information on the blight. Very interesting.
door to the shelves shall ever be open.
Okay, I need something to drink. I'm gonna take another short break to stretch and get sippies. But I can't put the game down for the life of me. It's gonna be one long stream.
bridge to Eastpool's mended, by the sound. I hear the
It's
levies
team.
are due to go up.
It's time even. For Modis. More 16.
That's enough.
Good boy. Oh right, I teleported here because of side quests, I remember. I didn't forgo or anything, no. I'd never.
I have to find him. Can't talk now, Oh, you're Clive, aren't you? Martha told me all about you. Word is you're a devil with that blade.
You look like you're in a hurry. Where are you going?
Not far, I hope. But I dare not waste a moment. It might cost a man his life.
Sounds serious. What happened?
It's not so much what happened as what might. They've discovered he's a bearer, see? And now, one of his erstwhile friends and neighbors wants to see him clapped in chains.
Where is this bearer?
He wasn't fool enough to wait for the Imperials to arrive. Poor sod took to the road, left his whole life behind. But they'll be after him before long. I need to find him and get him to safety, fast. Here, if you've the time and the inclination, I could do with a hand. Will you help me find him?
Yes.
Of course. We bearers have to look out for each other.
Thank you, Clive. With your help, we might catch up with him yet. His name's Norris. We need to find him and get him to Martha before the Imperials sniff him out.
You found him yet? You won't catch a bastard standing around clucking like old hens. That fucking snake played me false, acted like he was one of us, and the whole time he was one of them. We need him caught and handed over to the Imperials. Hanging's too good for him. Well, go on then. If he gets away, I'll see you fitted for a noose.
All right, Ronald. We were just leaving. Look, this one's here to help. I was just filling him in.
Ha! Send a bearer to catch a bearer, is it? Not bloody likely. That's it. I'll find the bastard myself.
Come on
I
now,
want to
Ronald.
stab
It's
this guy.
dangerous out there. We wouldn't want you to come to any harm.
You want something done right, you don't send a bearer.
Clive, this might take a while. You start hunting our man, and I'll be along once I put Ronald's mind at ease. Someone said they saw Norris heading for the Fallen Gate. Maybe you could ask if anyone over that way knows anything. We have to find him. Don't let him slip through our grasp.
I'd better find this Norris before Ronald takes matters into his own hands. Bearers are hardly difficult to spot. What did he mean about being played false, I wonder?
Here, you're that bearer who works for Martha, aren't you? Can you give me a hand? Curse my luck. I dropped my crystal off a cliff into the bloody swamp like an utter fool. Now, I've not got your knack, see, and I need that shard to chill my fish if I'm to take him to market. It's just a short climb down. I'll make it worth your while.
I can't promise anything.
Well, just promise you'll look. There may be one thing I failed to mention about the crystal. A creature might have already claimed it.
Claimed it?
All right, eaten it, but only might have, you understand. There were a lot of bog crabs down there. Nasty buggers, them.
Sounds like I need to break a few shells.
Oh, don't worry, there weren't too many of them. A veritable walk in the marsh, as they say. The ladders, right over there.
Aight. The ladder jumps down. Love it. Bog crab.
Never heard of eating crystal. This should be interesting.
And dead.
It's over.
Whee!
This must be it. No point spending any more time down here than I have to.
Back up.
Well, any luck?
Yours, I presume.
Creme.
You found it! Oh, thank you! Any longer out in the sun and my catch would have made for poor eating indeed.
Be more careful next time.
Oh, I will, I promise. No point casting my nets of a morning if I'm without a crystal to see the catch to town. There was a time honest tax-paying folk could get new ones whenever they wanted. Can't now, though, not for love nor money. Crystals are scarce, and the Empire tightens its purse strings more every day. Lose this little beauty again, and I might as well scrap my nets and take to begging.
Huh. Interesting. Now, I wish I had a way to upgrade those unique ones. But apparently not.
You don't know a man called Norris, do you?
I do, as it happens. He ran off that way not too long back. Looked like he was in a right old hurry. And he had a lantern with him for some reason. Never known him to stay out after dark.
He was making for the marshes then. All right. Thank you.
You barely have to step out.
Chocobo.
That's one of our branded.
You can't have got far. I better keep my eyes peeled.
Uh-oh.
A lantern. The one Norris was carrying, no doubt. At least I know which way he went. Someone made short work of them. I wonder if that someone was Norris. Norris, I presume.
Leave me be.
You were never branded. So that's how you stayed hidden.
Ronald sent you after me, did he? Set an Imperial dog on his best friend. And when we were so close, I'll never forget the hatred in his eyes.
But it doesn't matter now. I will not become a slave. As one bearer to another, please. Don't do this. You know how they treat our kind.
Ronald didn't send me. One of Martha's men did. He wanted to make sure you were safe.
I don't understand.
Martha takes in bearers. She's a friend. You can trust her. Believe me.
I never knew. I can't say I'm surprised, though. She has a kind heart. Kinder than most.
Just wait here and stay out of sight. You'll be among friends soon enough.
Thank you. There's few would have been so kind. And sorry. You're no Imperial dog. Far from it.
I've been called worse. Oh, I found a lantern back there. I assume it's yours.
Thanks. I dropped it when those creatures attacked me. But if I'm honest, I wasn't all that sorry to be rid of it. Ron gave it to me.
All right. I'll keep hold of it. I might be able to use it to put an end to the Imperial surge before it begins. A bearer without a brand. To have lived free for so many years. Only to be betrayed by a friend.
I'll be fucked if I'm leaving it.
There you are, Clive. How goes the search?
Well branded. Have you found the bastard yet?
Only what was left of him. A corpse, torn apart by monsters. And this.
Let me see that. No. It can't be.
Shall we consider that the end of the matter, then? Or do you need to see a body?
No. I mean, I've no use for bearer bones. He's dead. Let that be an end to it. Only wish those whose job it was had done what they were supposed to do and spotted him sooner. Letting a bearer go about without a brand? It's not right, I tell you. Who'll want anything to do with me now, eh? There goes the bearer lover, they'll say. I'll be a laughing stock.
Is it true, Clive? Is Norris really...
He's alive. You'll find him in a hut in the marshes. He's expecting you.
Oh, you crafty. Still, you did the right thing. Thank you. It's not much considering, but please, take this.
Ta-da! Ah. Ooh. Some really good AoE. I kind of want it. Yoink. Also get this, why not? No. Sure. And instead of Wicked Wheel, equip Aerial Blast. Instead of Gouge, I guess I'll take Rook's Gambit. These are really good at staggering. This, I guess, Phoenix has a bit more oomph. Oh, that was other side quests, so off we go. I wish I had a chocobo. I want to ride. Look, through here it is. Do I get to push open?
You? Those are Elwyn's. By the flames. You're his firstborn. Clive Rosfield.
You're mistaken.
Oh, you can't fool me, my lord. You're the very image of your father. And that would be true even if you weren't wearing his clothes. The self-same garments Hannah was keeping for you, if I'm not mistaken. She always swore that she would never part with them until the day Elwyn's sons returned. And now that day has come. Why, you'll be able to take your bearers back as well.
My bearers? Forgive me, Master Mayor. I was a child when last I came to Eastpool. I didn't recognize you.
Oh, I'd be surprised if you recognized anything at all. Much has changed since Rosaria fell to the Empire. Not least for the bearers, who once served her noble families. When the Ironbloods sacked Rosalith 13 years back, many who lost their masters fled here, in search of sanctuary.
And never returned.
Aye. The plan was to send them home once we'd won back the capital. But then the Imperials arrived. Rosaria became a province of Sanbreque. The duchy was dissolved, and they no longer had any home to return to. Back in your father's day, any bearer who lost their master became a ward of the duchy. We'd hand them over to the sheriffs, and they'd be assigned a new position. But when we saw how the Empire treated their branded, we knew that wasn't an option. So they've been here ever since.
And now you want to give them to me?
They're yours by right, Lord Rosfield. Bequeathed you by your late father. And they'd be better off serving you than hiding here. Indeed, many of them used to serve your house, and still considered the Rosfields their masters.
I'm no one's master. Not anymore. They wouldn't be safe with me.
I understand. You'll forgive an old man his fanciful notions. Been daydreaming for too long. But still, I would ask a favor of you. A small mercy.
If it is within my power.
One of the bearers is an elderly fellow who still swears absolute loyalty to Archduke Elwyn. I don't ask that you take him into your service, only that you meet with him. Let him see that Elwyn's son still lives, and that he's as fine a man as his father ever was.
It would be my honor.
Thank you, my lord. He sits by the well most days, watching the people go about their business. If you could show him your face, I would be most grateful.
Okay. I can do that.
As fine a man as my father.
You're not so very different, you know. Especially dressed like that. Come on, let's go and meet that bearer.
I'm not sure this harvest was...
He's not here.
Well, I can't leave without meeting him. I've let the mayor down once already. It would be cruel to disappoint him again.
Right, let's ask around. Someone must have seen him.
Well now, unfamiliar faces. What brings you to Eastpool, travelers?
We're looking for an elderly bearer. You wouldn't happen to have seen him, would you?
Ah, you mean the old boy who always waits by the well?
Yes, that's him.
What business do you have with him, if you don't mind me asking? You're not from the capital too, are you?
We are, in a way.
Well then, it's a pleasure to meet a fellow Rosalithian. I was born and raised down Market Street, and never would have left if Archduke Elwyn had survived the fire. It wasn't the same when the Duchess took over, though. Oh, the beatings, the evictions, the levies going up and up and up, even as the blight took half the harvest. Oh, listen to me, telling you what you already know. I'm sorry. And I'm afraid I can't help you with your bearer either, though I doubt he'll have gone far. He comes here every day, almost as if he's waiting for something.
We'll keep asking around then. Thank you.
Good day, milady. What can I do for you?
I'm looking for a bearer, an elderly fellow who used to serve the Rosfields. Have you seen him?
Ah, that old loon. No sign of him today. Funny, he's usually down by the well at this hour, cooking up his fantasy feasts.
I'm sorry?
Oh, he worked in the kitchens at Rosalith Castle back in the day. Still thinks he's there now. You'd often hear the poor fool chatting away to the Archduke. Living in a dream he is. But better there than here, I suppose. Can't imagine the Viceroy stopping to trade tales with a bearer. Can you?
No.
Anyway, you'll be round here somewhere. Doubt he has the path to stray too far.
Thank you. We'll keep looking.
Hey, hold on a mo. Young Patrick, the chocobo keeper, might know where he is. He's taken the old bird under his wing, so to speak. He'll be in the stables. You should go and have a word with him.
Patrick the chocobo keeper. Thank you. We will.
I'm sorry, Jill. For making you do all this in my stead.
It can't be helped if we're to keep up the pretense. Come on, let's head for the stables.
Where the bloody hell's he got to?
Excuse me, but is something the matter?
It's this bearer I've been minding. I take my eyes off him for 1 minute and he disappears. He's not in his usual spot by the well, nor anywhere else in the village.
You must be Patrick.
I am, but...
And this bearer you're looking for, he's an elderly man who used to work in the Rosalith Castle kitchens, yes?
That's the fella. How'd you know all this? I've never seen you in Eastpool before, but you seem to know the place better than I do myself. Ah, so that's how it is. Well then, if you're acting under orders of the mayor, you're on about to help me find him. He's been losing what little sense he had left of late, saying the sheriffs are coming to collect him and that he needs to go back to the castle. I was supposed to watch over him, keep him out of trouble. But if he's walked out on us, there's not a lot I can do.
Understood. You keep searching here, we'll look for him outside.
Thank you. I'm in your debt.
I hope he hasn't wandered into trouble.
Let's just concentrate on finding him.
Think up now.
Still no sign. Could he have strayed even further?
Oh. More clamshells.
Look, there's someone over there.
It might be him. We should hurry. Company.
We can't lead them to the old man. They need to die.
Agreed.
Tornado!
It's over.
Ta-da! Beep, 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 beep. Or something.
Are you all right, my friend? Come on. Let's go home.
Your Grace, you came for me. I waited for you so long, but you finally came.
I'm not who you think.
Clive.
Yes. Pray forgive my long delay.
It's nothing, Your Grace. I prayed to the Founder that you would come, and at long last, he answered. Will we be returning to the castle, then? There is still a place for me in the kitchens?
No, my friend. We will not be returning to the castle, not yet. I'm on a very important expedition. One which may take some time. Could you wait for me in Eastpool until my journey is complete? I will come back for you then. I promise.
Of course, Your Grace. For you, I would gladly wait until my dying day. Thank you, both of you. You've been most kind. The memory of serving the late Archduke was as one light in the darkness, and now that light burns a little more brightly. It's nothing but a fantasy, of course, but it's better than the truth of the matter. A damn sight better. The blight is on our doorstep. Our harvests are failing. The people are leaving in droves. If it weren't for Lady Hannah selling half her worldly goods to provide for the few of us who stayed behind, we would long since have starved. We want to keep the bearers safe here, we really do. But unless a miracle happens, we won't be able to spare a crust of bread to share between them soon enough.
Is it really that bad?
So bad, I even petitioned the Imperial garrison to take them. But when they found out where they'd come from, they damn near spat in our faces. Ducal dogs, they called them. Enemies of the Empire.
I know a man named Sid, who would gladly give a home to any bearer in need of one. Leave this with me. As soon as I return from Phoenix Gate, I'll speak with him.
Thank you, my lord. Will you be passing through Eastpool on your way back? I should very much like to speak with you again, if you have the time, regarding the future of the village, and what might be done for Lady Hannah, after all she's done for us.
Yes, of course. I'll be back anon.
Fare you well, my lord, my lady. I wish you a safe journey.
What a nice quest. Well then. To Phoenix Gate we go. Yes.
The Deadlands are aptly named.
I didn't realize they were this close.
No wonder their crops are failing. The blight is leaching the ether from the soil. And when the last drop is drained, their fields will turn to this.
That's a cruel
No plants,
spire.
no animals, no life.
And no monsters. I suppose that's one small mercy.
We won't be able to use any magic here.
Another thing to worry about. As if the absence of ether didn't cause enough problems.
Take away the land's life force, and problems are all that's left.
No magic zone. I can't even dash.
What this place used to look like
I can still
before the
lunge
blight
though.
took it.
I remember. It was beautiful.
Yeah!
Yar indeed. Oh, sure. That's an awful lot of healing items that's been given me. Oh.
There it is. Phoenix Gate.
Sure is.
Where it all went wrong.
Come on, Clive. It's time to discover the truth.
Oh, nice. So it's a stage. Well then. In we go.
almost as if time had stood still.
I suppose no one had any cause to return here. No. It's just as I left it.
Yay. Here's a cat. Hello, Flora. How are you doing?
Could I have done this?
Could anyone?
Kinda meh. Oh no.
What is it, Torgal?
At least you can enjoy Wolf.
Clive.
That's him.
It's happening.
He's the only one who can tell me what happened. I have to know.
Oh, also. Oh, no. Torgal is too angry to be petted. I need to pet him after this, I guess. Into the hole we go. But yeah, this game has thick graphics indeed.
Where is he?
Nowhere to be seen.
Damn it! He's like a bloody eel.
What is this place, anyway? Some sort of shrine?
Oh, sorry. You've never been here before.
This is the Hall of the Gate.
The gate?
It's a relic of the Fallen. Only the Phoenix's dominant can open it.
Hence the castle's name. This was where Joshua was supposed to...
Yes. He would have stepped through this door the next morning and listened to the words of our ancestors.
Would you have gone with him?
No. The apodatory is holy ground. None but the dominant may enter. I and the other shields would have stood guard here and prayed for my brother's safe return. Where the hell did he go?
Perhaps he went inside.
He couldn't have. He'd need the power of the Phoenix.
Maybe it only needs to be opened by a dominant of fire. And you just thought Phoenix, because that was the only Phoenix icon, the only fire icon that existed for 800 years. Well. Oh.
Thank you.
Look. The best feature. Active time lore. You can you can hold down the touchpad button and then it shows you lore.
Joshua.
So cool.
Are you sure about this?
Nevermore.
But yeah, Damn necessary? Yes. So the way active time lore works is if you hold down the lore button, it will show you lore entries that are immediately relevant to this scene.
Another gate. Let's see if this one opens.
Which is nice. We're in.
Could this place really be a fallen ruin?
You could hardly call it a ruin. It's perfect. Like it was built yesterday.
Have you ever seen anything like this?
I also hope that stuff is going good for you, Flora. I hope you're having successful stuffs and happenings. Oh no, I stepped on the steppy.
Jill?
Huh? Mostly
What do we do?
Yay!
The usual.
It's time to bonk. Yay! I mean, that's good. There's a win in my book. Uni stuff going okay.
More trouble.
Orb!
Stay down.
Level up.
How can these things still function?
How can any of this? This must be what the fallen ruins were like before they fell.
Orb. Yes. I love speedrunner memes. Speedrunner memes are very good. Orb and that never happened before and chef and so many. Chest! I love how he just kicks it. Kick the chest for profit. Also, how's the loot down here? Sharp fangs. Not those GDQ memes. I'm not in any speedrun discords. I don't know non-GDQ speedrunning memes. The FF14 community unfortunately doesn't have any. Oh, a boss. Hello.
Looks like it can take a beating.
Then let's go get one.
Oh, come on. Oh, come on! I just want to go the fuck in there. There we go. There. It is now in the tornado. Where it should be. which means I can not fight it properly because I can't see. I played myself. Uh-oh.
Not this time.
Whoa! Yeah! No thank you. Bad community, no meme. Bad community, no runners. Oh right, I Rook's Gambit. Ow, I remember. Come on. Come on! Break!
Does any of this make sense to you?
None. Let's find the hooded man and leave.
Better already.
Oh, favor of wind. That's nice. We are going in. Let's go. Didn't we break part of this last time we were here? Ah well. It's probably fine. Orbs. Uh-oh. Those are not orbs, those are bombs.
Whatever they are, I don't think they're friendly.
Explosive orbs, yes.
Flames to me!
Does fire damage do anything on these? Not really. Yup! Boom! Well, they should explode. Further in. Ooh.
Would Joshua have had to run this gauntlet too?
No. At least not that I ever heard about. I imagine the Phoenix would receive a warmer welcome.
Another elevator. Up this time.
Here we go again. Where will we end up this time?
Surrounded by contraptions hell-bent on murdering us, I expect. Could the hooded man really have taken this path?
We won't know until we've followed it all the way to the end. Come on, let's keep looking.
That's a lot of money. I'm rich now. Another one of those. But this time with holes. Fun. Come on! Screw this guy. Raw violence it is. Oh, cool, more.
Not this time.
Crap. I dodged into that. Apparently, that wasn't a good dodge. Parry! Nice. I'm not good at parry timings in this game. I will admit that with no issue. I am bad at parrying. Well, here we go. Woo. Bugs.
It's over.
Look out! There's more of them.
They'll fall like the rest.
I know, there's more bombs. More bomb.
Stay down.
Bum, 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 bum. Dead orb. Potion. Can I get a height potion, please? No. I can get Will of Wind Rook's Gambit, though. Now at least I don't need to buy it anymore. I just found it. Dead orb. No. Horrible. High potion, I'm captain. No, they spelled it correctly this time. They actually spelled it H-I-G-H for once. It's the first time in Final Fantasy history they spelled it correctly. Yeah.
Huh?
I don't like this.
I guess you could say that. Oh, look. That's a mini Alexander. Oh no. Whoa, that's a stance.
The feeling's mutual.
Hello. Okay. Nope, that was wrong. So, turns out they do punish you for spamming the evade button. Oh, he stopped losing health. That means it's time for quick time event. Huh?
Not for long, it isn't.
What do you mean? What? It's a desperation move. You have to interrupt by damaging it?
This is our chance.
What? That is so cool. They didn't do this before. It's the first time that happened. I've not seen that yet. Oh, Harry did. Nice.
This time.
Perfect dodge. Precision counter. Very nice. I love discovering new mechanics when I'm playing the game. I like if you had no idea where that sentence was going. Ooh, that's a good finish. That was a cruel finish. Ding. Death. Ooh, crafting mat. Doo-doo. It dead. Was that the boss?
It's done.
What are these creatures? And why do they keep attacking us?
Golems, and because they were programmed to. Up we go!
They're probably asking themselves the same thing. We're the ones trespassing here. They're just protecting their home.
Hey look, there's a chest. Is that over?
Jill, look.
That looks like a boss arena.
Is that some
Is there
kind of
potions in this?
mural?
It's worth a closer look, whatever it is.
Ooh, that's a good favor of wind. Oh look, a potion. Oh look, another potion. And a high potion. Sus. That's a boss. That's a boss arena if I've ever seen one. Let me re-equip my gear. I like the Rising Flames improvement. I don't need Heatwave. I will rather take Wicked Wheel instead. But I will also replace this with Gouge again, because it's just better. I'm not even using Wicked Wheel. Hold on. In that case, this is not good. Then I will equip Gouge. Yes. There we go. Items. Equipment. Managing 6 equipment slots is handleable. And then also like ability slots, but only 2 per thing. This is doable. It's not too complicated. Well, hello. Hi. What the fuck?
All right then.
Why are you not metal? Lish. you say?
Flames to me!
That guy almost died. This is not the boss. This cannot be the boss. It's taking way too much damage.
Too slow. What the hell was that thing?
Not the boss of this arena.
It would seem this place holds
I am
more secrets than we thought.
scared. Oh, that wasn't the boss arena. That was just looking like a... We've been bamboozled, Flora. Oh, we have choices. Okay. Do we go left or right? Left. I don't know, it's just calling to me. Ooh. What is that? Oh, hi!
Look out!
Why is there ghosts? You feel cheated? You didn't reply.
What have we here?
Another fallen wonder. That's enough. Lights.
Well, that did something.
Sus. Also, no, I do feel cheated because we didn't have a choice. It didn't matter. Oh no. What? It's low after 8 hours of continued gameplay? Amazing. Actually, that is amazing. 8 hours battery life is not bad for a controller.
So, it isn't a dead end after all.
Apparently not.
Like, are you doing uni work at the moment, or is your stream just really lagging behind? 0 out of 10 controller only lasted for 10 hours? Yeah. Neither. Oh. Did you just struggle with the left or right decision?
It all seems to lead to this room.
And look what's in it.
How old do you suppose this is?
1,000 years? More?
I don't know.
I've never seen anything like it before. Who is that in the middle, do you think?
Shelby.
Some sort of god.
The heck is happening?
You're him. The second dominant of fire. Who are you?
That noise. Ha.
What?
The heck is happening?
I'm back.
Oh, you're going down memory lane, it seems. Hello.
Joshua! Stop it! Please! Stop! I did this. I killed him.
Joshua chose me to be his shield. He gave me his blessing and asked me to keep him safe. I should have protected him that day. It was my duty.
Clive.
Joshua. I'm sorry. I failed you.
Joshua died. I killed him.
And I blamed another for what I did. To spare myself the guilt. I feared that by accepting it, I would lose what little was left of me. So I ran. From everything.
And now? Are you ready to accept the truth?
I am. I know it won't be easy, but it's what I must do. So that Joshua's soul can finally rest in peace. fight. Show me who you truly are.
Okay.
Garuda, lend me your strength.
Not prepared for this. Boss Arena sure was different, yes. So yeah, we are fighting ourselves. Quite literally. Big metaphor. But also not really. Like, this entity does exist separate from us. But in this moment in time that we are reliving, that's us. In there. That's Clive. Military all the time. Same though. Same. Staggered. I don't know how fire magic is hurting it, but sure. I take it. We take these. Hi, Ifrit. Bye, Ifrit. I mean, for now. We are the dominant of Ifrit, so... That is our icon. Also, it's apparently not over. That was too easy. Hi!
Still you deny it. Even when the truth's staring right at you. Come on, Clive. Face your fears. That's better.
I missed. Staggered. But for how long though? Me every time I'm forcing myself to do something I don't want to. Oh, good timing then. Well, he's priming.
See, you'd have me learn by example. Not this time.
That too. I have such issues getting out of bed lately. It's horrible. I don't even know why. I just refuse. Like, I need to set alarms like 2 hours before meetings, so I'm actually up when the meeting starts. Maybe I just need vacation or something.
Who's that?
Yep. Why can't I stagger him? Ah, there we go. Because he was animating. Uh-oh. So one thing that's especially funny for me right now is a lot of this moveset is from FF14. Or like very similar to Ifrit's FF14 moveset. Which is fun because I'm familiar with it.
Not this time.
No, you.
No escape, eh? It's all right. I'm done running from you. Together, then. It's time to find out who we are. Once and for all.
Excuse me, that's an amoeba. Yo. Okay.
Show yourself, Ifrit.
This is so cool. Hi, Ifrit.
Enough. I know the truth of it now. You are not Ifrit. I am.
Ooh. Yes. Holy fucking shit! Woo! What a game. Damn.
Yes, no, you will, but sorry. What is that?
Why beep? Why high-pitched sound? My ears. I mean, his
Clive.
ears too, I guess.
Are you all right?
Jill. It's nothing. I'll be fine.
Rip immersion? Yeah, the achievements. I don't like achievement pop-ups for that reason. And that reason alone.
No more chasing shadows. The hooded man isn't here. We should go.
But he is here. It's your brother. He's not dead. We, the player, know this. We've been shown. Clive doesn't. Poor guy. I don't think he misremembered, though. Like, his brother literally had the power of the Phoenix. So he probably just got revived by his icon. That is very much within the power set of Phoenix.
Clive, are you sure you're all right? Whatever it is, you can tell me.
I had a hard enough time telling myself. I awakened as a dominant of fire, right here in this castle, and I've been running from it ever since. But now I know for certain who I really am. The second icon of fire, who killed my brother and burned this castle to the ground, was me. Ifrit.
Clive.
I took so many lives that night, and destroyed so many more, including yours. And I must atone for the crimes I've committed. But not before I learn the whole truth. How can a second icon of fire even exist? And why was I chosen as its dominant? Who is the hooded man who brought us here? And what does he want? I need to know. And since I'm still breathing, I might as well make myself useful.
We'll find your answers together. I want to learn the truth too. There'll be time enough for atonement when we're done.
I was hoping you'd say that. I don't think I could do this without you. You never were one to hide from the truth, even when we were young. And you haven't changed a bit.
You're wrong. I have changed. But I don't want to be that person anymore. The things she did were unforgivable. And yet, they're what brought us back together.
Thank you, Jill.
If he is here, then the disturbance I felt at the care must have been confounded. The hour is later than I thought.
Meanwhile... By the way, that was a brother. That was Joshua.
Tell me, who did this, or I'll see you suffer the same fate.
The man who delivered the coffer said, he said Sid paid him.
I let you run amok with the rest of your rats, and this is how you repay me? Find out where he is. I'll crush him, flay him, rip out his heart, him and all his filthy brood, and send every last one of them to hell. Out.
Yes, yes, my lord.
Yeesh. Bagay Angie. He does, but I don't know from what. Honestly, I get way too absorbed in people's performances to be like, I know this voice. At least if the performance is good, which in this case, yep, performance. Let me guess, there's a head in there. Somehow. Because Sid is an asshole. To this guy in particular. Richard Armitage. Is that a character or a person? I haven't heard of them either way, but... Oh, it probably was her remains, like her stuff, something. So to catch you up, Flora, Benedicta is the name of the dominant, or like the person who can currently control, of Garuda, who we have killed earlier in the game. Whoops.
So, what next?
We return to Eastpool. I promised the mayor I'd talk to him again. About Lady Hannah, amongst other things. Though she may be loath to leave, I can't help thinking she'd be safer with Sid too.
All right. We should arrange an introduction then.
I don't know why, but I'm very partial to this trope of showing... It's not for Thorin. Oh! Oh, I know him. The Castlevania animated series, like the one on Netflix. Because I know that some of the games have voice acting too, but I don't know if Richter's in them.
I think good, I'll wager. Come on.
Where's the dog going? Also me. I'm only going to play about an hour longer. It has now been an hour and a half since that statement. Oh, puppy, I want to pet you. I think I missed my chance to pet the puppy. Oh yeah, this is also really fun. So, these are doors that you need to push open with force. And to let the player kind of immerse themselves a bit better into this, they use the PlayStation controller's adaptive triggers to make this trigger press really hard. Which I like. It's really good. I'm sorry. I would at least pet the dog before I end the game. So you can see the Good boy.
What happened here?
You actually get an achievement for petting the dog 5 times. It's called You Can Pet the Dog.
You'll pay for this.
Despite him being a wolf, you know.
We've got a live one.
What are you doing here? Answer me!
Alright.
Remember our orders? No survivors!
Who would order such a thing?
Apparently someone ordered the town to die. That's nice. We didn't like these people or anything. Yeah. Ah, right, the button press. Yeah. It's such a good feature because of exactly this. It allows the player to feel a difference when it comes to certain actions. It allows the game to, like, and it's not little force.
Did you, Branded?
Like,
you were born as a slave.
it can put a surprising amount of counteracting force on the trigger. And it makes stuff so immersive. I like it.
Kill all the ducal dogs!
Ducal dogs? They were innocent people!
Sony has the patent on it. Bad thing about this, obviously, is nobody can do it without paying Sony. Good thing is, you can look up how it works. So they have a very interesting setup of a motor with a spiral thingy on it, a gear that connects to it, and then a complicated lever setup that's connected to the gear. And by moving the lever, it introduces like a disadvantage into the lever system that is the right trigger by changing the pivot point. And also, even more amazing, the motor can actually be continuously powered to introduce counter force to the actual button press. So the controller can push the trigger out by powering the gear with the motor on each trigger. It's magnificent. And I want other people to buy the patent and put it into other controllers in the next console run. It's so good. It's insane. I'll send you a picture on Discord.
Bearers and those who sheltered them. By Empress Annibella's command.
My mother ordered.
This is I sent you a picture on Discord. That's how the assembly looks outside of the controller.
You can wait.
It's so funky. I love it. It does. It takes up probably most of the space in the grip parts of the controller. Anything that's left is probably occupied by the HD rumble motors. Like, there's no space in those grip parts for any additional components. They really use the controller space to the maximum. so funky. Yeah, the thing's big. I don't think they can ever fit something like this in the Joy-Cons because they already couldn't fit triggers into the Joy-Cons, but like... Also, yeah, it's, absolutely. Like, take up all the space you can get in the big hunk of plastic, by any means. If you can fit another gimmick in there, do it. But yeah, that's probably the biggest gimmick anyone has ever put in a controller, other than HD Rumble, which is also massive.
You deserve so much better. All of these people did.
Because they needed them to be ergonomic, and they ran out of things. Also, that is... I don't like the Imperials. I liked that person. I've known her for a whole hour, but I liked that person.
Oh, we're too late. Gav.
Yeah.
Clive!
Hi, Gav. I love Gav.
Acting on the orders of the Duchess, eh? We knew Eastpool was harbouring bearers. Thought they were safe enough hidden up here, but someone must have let slip. If they'd have only come to us sooner, none of this would have had to happen. Fuck!
Also, accents. I love accents.
My mother always did despise bearers. The way Father embraced them when the other nations spat on them as slaves. The way an accident of birth gave them a power that others lacked.
But why kill everyone? They meant no harm. They just wanted to be free.
This world judges that a crime punishable by death. Which is why we're going to change it. Gav, we want to help.
Thought you'd got your own stuff to be getting on with.
We do. But it can wait.
In that case, we should head back and tell Sid you've had a change of heart. He was always on it yet to join us.
All right.
And we'd best be quick. Last I heard, he was planning another excursion.
What about the villagers?
Aye. Can I leave yous lot to take care of things here?
Of course. We'll make sure they get a proper burial.
Thank you. All of you.
When you're ready, then.
Yeah, that's, wow. Can I pet the dog now, though?
Now, rats, lead me to your nest.
Who the fuck are you?
Lord Kupka has a message for your leader. If only he knew where to send it.
Who this? Wow. So, the game is big on, like, open world and player choice, but sometimes it just turns off all other teleporters. It's like, you go to where the story tells you to go, or so help me the icons. Fine.
Sid Solar, then. We have a lot to discuss.
I heard Otto barking at his lot earlier.
What do you suppose it could be?
Man. But we only have to watch like a cutscene until we can get out again, and then I can finally pet the wolf.
Clive, was it?
Sure is. Clive. What a name.
Don't mind me. Just taking a quick...
You know what I can do? No. You can pet the snake?
This place is getting more crowded by the day.
I tell myself the bustle's a blessing. There'll be time enough for quiet contemplation when I'm dead. So, did you find the answers you were looking for?
I still don't know what to make of this gift, curse, or whatever it is I've been given. But there is one thing I can say for certain. I am a dominant, Ifrit. And there is nothing I can do to change that. It is a burden I must bear until my dying day.
Spoken true. Forgiveness, and in turn salvation, can only begin with acceptance. It's a path we all must walk, no matter how colourful our histories.
Sid, you once told me...
That's the Sid of this game. Also, you're joking, but in an earlier scene, Clive was, for his own safety, in jail. And also, to clean him up while he was unconscious, they stripped him naked. So, Sid threw his clothes to him and left the room saying, "And please cover yourself up. Despite how pretty you are, you're not my type."
That you wanted to build a place where people could die on their own terms.
I did.
I've been thinking about that. Why not a place where people can live on their own terms?
We are in Innuendo City, and it's all
Killing
gay.
was all I knew. So obsessed with death that I never stopped to consider the
Doubt.
lives of those around me. Lives that I see now were scarcely worth living. Be they bearers or beggars, most march blindly to their end, never realizing that they too deserve a choice. And I dare not turn a blind eye to their suffering any longer.
So, atonement then, is it?
That was the answer we found.
The only one we need.
I'll be expecting you both to pull your weight.
And we will.
Well then, with a sprinkle of fire and ice, this plan of mine might just work.
I also want to, like, we have 3 dominants in this room.
Looking to get yours.
Clive is Ifrit. Sid is Ramu, which is a lightning-based thingy. And Jill is Shiva, which is ice-based.
Into now.
This room has firepower.
We're going to sneak into the Imperial capital.
Okay.
And pay a visit to Mother.
Regicide it is. Also matricide, because mom. I guess. Oriflamme, the Holy Empire of Sunbreak.
And the last of our farmholds in the eastern provinces has succumbed to the blight.
Without their yield, we will be hard-pressed to fill the capital's granaries before winter.
If there is a capital by then, the black creeps closer as we speak.
And yet you do naught but bawl and bluster.
Your Radiance?
Let's go, Poggers. Yes. Who are you?
If it is fertile land the Empire requires, we need but look south.
If you mean the crystalline Dominion's holdings, we are bound by mutual accord. Theirs is a neutral state whose borders we are sworn to respect.
Gentlemen, did we swear to see our people starve?
Well, I really do think
The gates of Oriflamme buckle at the flood of those come seeking refuge from the Blight. If there is not grain enough to feed those within our walls, how, pray tell, will we feed those without? But instead of setting your minds to riddles such as these, you lock horns with an enemy from across the sea, sending our soldiers to the slaughter in their thousands. The Empire bleeds, and you sit here prattling like crones in a tea house. And you fancy yourselves leaders of men. Sandbreck is naught without her citizens. We are but their servants. If their land is being wrested away, it is our duty to claim new lands for them.
Your Radiance! You cannot mean a war of conquest.
That is exactly what I mean. It is time we expanded our dominion. This is the will of great Grieger.
There will be uproar. Then we must find a way to distract the citizenry. But how much will that cost? And what of our legions? Shall we raise the furs?
Well, someone will have to contend with the Dalmex.
I will not keep you. You all have much to do.
Yeah. He went from to absolute villain emperor in 0.1 seconds. Like in one statement.
The Lord Prince is currently garrisoned at the Strait of Orther. If it please you, I can send word requesting his immediate return to the Holy Capital.
That won't be necessary. Tell him instead to see to his wounds. Bahamut's strength will be needed again soon.
As you command.
That's interesting.
I must have misheard. You mean to tell me that the Mother Crystals are the reason the world is dying? Are you mad?
I have been called that on occasion, but no, not today. We've all seen it firsthand. Empty wastes where once were green meadows. Land drained so dry of its ether, not even the rats remained. But where was it all going? I spent years searching for an answer, until I saw it standing right in front of me. There, in the self-same crystals we look to for their so-called blessing. All right, listen. Take this crystal. How does it allow us to conjure magics? Answer, by drawing ambient ether from the air. And where do these crystals come from?
That's easy. They're mined from the Mother Crystals.
They're one and the same. Although admittedly this here fits more easily in the pocket.
But the Mother Crystals are massive. Some as large as mountains.
So you see the problem. Imagine just how much ether can be drawn by something that size. As to where it's all going, mind, well, I can't know everything, can I?
We are taught that the Mother Crystals are divine. Their ether a gift from the heavens. For centuries, nations have fought and fallen for want of that gift. If what you say is true, how did no one else see it?
Who says they didn't? Maybe the truth was inconvenient.
Inconvenient to whom, exactly?
The higher-ups? The gods themselves?
So now you want to do something about the crystals? And what? We're not helping bearers and dominants anymore.
I didn't say that. I made a promise and I intend to keep it. But if we continue down this path, there's only one fate that awaits the realm. And we can't very well set our people free if they're all lying dead in a blighted ditch. Not if we want to create a place where they can live on their own terms anyway. Sort of defeats the purpose. So, if we have to bring the old world crashing down in order to build us a new one, what say you? Are you with me?
This series is getting so much mileage out of the
I
prelude.
suppose it's about time I repaid your faith.
You could have just said aye. But it's nice to have you aboard all the same.
Cool, so we are going to commit regicide, matricide, and destroy the holiest things in the world. Sounds like a normal Final Fantasy to me.
What have I got myself into?
A regular Final Fantasy.
For this.
Okay, can I go somewhere? Yes, I can pet the dog. Are you ready? Are you ready for petting the dog? I must warn you. You might not be the same person once the wolf has been pet. Are you ready? After I fell down X, you will have a scene. Petting the wolf. You might even want a wolf once I've pet the wolf. I should save. Not because of the wolf, just in general. This game doesn't have autosave, I think. Does it? I'm honestly not sure. But I should save.
After it.
Oh yes, we got the rare one. Of feeding the wolf. I don't know if it has autosave. I haven't tried.
Now feel good, boy. Good boy.
They mapped it on jump, which is so funny when it's on cooldown. Just boop. Pet.
You like that, don't you?
So cute. Does it have autosave? It does have autosave. I am wrong. Oh my god. They made a little toggle sprite and it moves. Okay. Small wolf. Yeah. I mean, that's big wolf. There is small wolf, but only for like 2 hours. They made a whole young Torgal for 2 hours of gameplay. Worth it. Wait, this is going to be the end of stream for today. Small big wolf, yes. It's only been 9 hours, I'm so sorry. I've played this game for a while, it seems. But yeah. It is time. That was 8% of the game. Excuse me? How long is this game? I'm not that I'm complaining. I paid 70 euros for this. This game retails for 80. I got it 10% discounted at MediaMarkt. Hey, that'll be game. That'll be stream for today. We are going to put the PS5 to sleep. And I will see you tomorrow for more of this game because it is fantastic. Holy shit. I cannot stress how good this game is. Damn. Thank you for watching and for being awesome chat people. And yeah, I hope you have a good night. Bye bye.